Okay, so we're now going live online, and welcome to everybody here this morning to the Integrated Care Board for North East and North Cumbria public meeting, the first of 2024, 30th of January 2024. So welcome to everybody who's attending, both the board members, some members of the public, and then others who are joining online. We have apologies from two of our non-executive directors, Hannah Bowes and David Stout, and from Annie Laverty on the executive side. And I'd like to announce that the board has appointed a new independent non-executive director. He is Professor Pally Hungin, professor of long-standing general practitioner, but now in an emeritus capacity as Professor of Primary Care at Newcastle University. And he's done many other things, and you'll see all of those when the press release comes out. But in the process of the appointment, he was honoured in the New Year's Honours List, so he's now Sir Pally Hungin, and he'll be joining us on the 1st of March 2024. We are quorate. Are there any declarations of interest? I've got two to note here, but from members who have looked at the agenda and seen something which they wanted to declare? No. So I'll just announce then two members of the board attending this morning. Claire Riley has a relative working in Newcastle Hospitals, and Levi Buckley in a similar position, and both of their roles are unrelated to the directly to the business of the Newcastle Hospitals this morning on the agenda, but it does mean that you should be aware of that. But in my view, the declarations of conflict of interest are not sufficient to warrant them stepping out during the discussion. So just to note that. Minutes of our previous board meeting on the 28th of November 2023. Are there any points of accuracy that anyone would like to raise? Thank you. And then the action log, which follows up what's been discussed on the board agenda, and the executives are available to provide updates on anybody who has any questions about those. Is there anything anyone wants to raise on the log of action? No. Moving on then to our Sam Allen, our Chief Executive, to make her report.
Thank you, Salim, and good morning, everybody. I have quite a comprehensive report, but I do want to go through it. Certainly has been a lot underway in our health and care system since our last board meeting, and also traditionally in the NHS, certainly our busiest time of the year, which you'll see from my report was certainly compounded in terms of the pressure our services experience over the Christmas New Year period by the longest period of industrial action in history. And obviously, whilst we, of course, remain supportive to all parties, it was, of course, certainly my New Year's wish that we would see an end to industrial action. However, the light that was potentially showing at the end of the tunnel is somewhat diminished, I think, particularly with the news of the consultant pay award not being accepted by members of the trade union, and certainly no further news on the industrial action that our junior doctors are taking, drawing to an end. And just to draw this into sharp focus for our services over that period, it did result in 507 planned elective procedures needing to be rescheduled and over 3,000 outpatient appointments, notwithstanding also clinical staff, and thankfully our clinical staff been incredibly flexible and supportive, but inevitably for some of them it would have also meant foregoing some of their planned break over that period and downtime, and also the impact that we know is felt in general practice and of course by the public. And I think when we looked at the patterns of demand over the winter period, we did see what I would call peaks and troughs. So after that first period of industrial action, we saw quite a significant surge in demand once it was over, with a bit of a lull and then a further surge in demand, which was a fairly unusual pattern that we saw, which meant at times over that period our services were running without significant pressure. Some of that also because we had inevitably more senior decision makers and experienced staff at the front door, which I think we do get some benefit from. But at certain points over the Christmas New Year period, our services working under quite significant pressure, with longer than expected handover delays and also longer waits in emergency departments. So whilst I think certainly all of our services have become fairly adept now for planning for industrial action, I would very much like this to be something which is more the extraordinary rather than business as usual. And I do, Chair, just want to acknowledge and thank our clinical staff and also all of our support and operational staff, planners over that period, and all of our NHS trusts, our community sector and general practice for their ongoing support during these periods of industrial action. And one can continue to hope that in the weeks and months ahead a resolution will be found so that we won't be in a situation where planned procedures are being cancelled. I'm acutely aware for us in our system some of those planned procedures inevitably will be things that people might well be waiting for to return to work and also to be able to lead fulfilling and rewarding lives. So this is certainly taking an impact. We do usually at Christmas also get the planning guidance, just to say unusually we've had interim sort of planning guidance, but we still await the full planning guidance. Having said that, in the North East North Cumbria, we're not certainly letting that delay the work that we've got underway, but again, it is slightly unusual to be towards the end of January and not be clear on the full planning guidance for the next financial year, which obviously starts at the beginning of April, but we are certainly getting on with putting the plans in place. And of course all of this, Chair, against a backdrop of us concluding the sort of final stages of the running cost reduction across the Integrated Care Board, and at the moment we are just working through the next phase of those changes with our staff, which will include and does include redundancies, voluntary, and we certainly continue to work hard to minimise the likelihood of compulsory redundancy. But our workforce, just over 560 across the Integrated Care Board, is still undergoing that process, but we should have that concluded by the end of March. The financial position, so it's usually this time of year as we move to reporting on month 9, and our finance director will cover that in our board agenda today, but I am pleased that we remain on plan. We did benefit from some additional funding more recently, so we have been able to adjust our forecast 50 million deficit to a 35 million deficit, and notwithstanding anything that we're not expecting this period, which I think we can say we're pretty sighted on what will impact us financially over the next few months. We should deliver that plan by the end of this year, and of course our focus remains not just on trying to improve our position against our plan, because it still is a deficit, and when a system does post a deficit plan, it does have implications, particularly in terms of capital allocations for the year ahead. And for us, that would mean £4 million less capital across our system. Notwithstanding that, we do know that 24-25 is going to be particularly challenging for us because of the impact of convergence. So it means we'll start the year in a slightly worse position. So we're putting a lot of our focus on our medium-term financial planning at the moment as a system over the next 3 years. But I am pleased that we will deliver our plan and certainly go better than was forecast on that. Our Strategic Integrated Care Partnership, so members of the board will know this is our joint committee with our 13 local authorities. So between the last board meeting and this board meeting, we had our Strategic Integrated Care Partnership board meeting, where we received updates on our Healthier and Fairer work programme, which is co-led by Medical Director Neil O'Brien and Amanda Healy, the Director of Public Health for Durham. And we also received updates on what I think is some really innovative work that we're doing as a system and is being recognised nationally. And certainly Jacqueline Myers, our Chief Strategy Director, had the pleasure of attending the House of Lords to talk about this particular work, which is recognising that in terms of the integrated care system, if we're going to address a lot of the challenges in our population, both in terms of health outcomes, but also utilising health services and supporting people to stay well, we have to look at housing with our partners. Now, of course, the experts on this are in our local authorities, but good quality housing, the availability of housing is hugely important to people's health and well-being. So I'm delighted that we've developed our housing strategy and also working with the industry leader for digital technology and housing and the North East Housing Consortium really working in partnership. And I think for me, this is where we really get the benefits of the integrated care system. And we know our housing partners have particular expertise in this area, and we also know they also have access to capital. So I think for us, it's now about how we really use the strategy and our combined efforts to benefit our population, whether it's looking at supporting people with more complex and challenging needs to maintain their own front door in their community, closer to their families, older people, and how we can support our ageing population. And I'm looking around the table and I count myself in this. I would very much like in 30 years' time to still be living independently at home. What technology can we deploy to support people to maintain that independence, but also just making sure that people are warm and dry. And the widely reported issues around issues like black mould, the impact on respiratory, on people's health, and then the pressure that that puts on public sector services. So for me, this is a really good example of how our integrated care partnership at a strategic level can make an impact on people in our population. I won't dwell on Newcastle Hospital's Foundation Trust because we have a dedicated item on this session, but my report obviously does cover the publication of the Care Quality Commission report, and I look forward, Chair, to the discussion that we'll have as a board and hearing from the interim chair and new chief executive of the hospital later on in the meeting. As a group of executive leaders across the system, both in health and local authorities, we have invested in our system leadership group and getting that up and running. And through that system leadership group are working on a very small number of priorities that are relevant across the North East and North Cumbria. Part of that is how we use our collective influence and voice, both at the national, regional and local level, to further our integrated care strategy, but also how we can work together on some really critical challenges we're facing. And I'll just mention two of them briefly, Chair. Children and young people and the appropriateness and availability of suitable packages of care and placements. We know that we've seen an exponential increase in need for young people with more complex needs that often is resulting in them not necessarily being placed in local settings and indeed regulated settings as well. And the cost to the system is increasing significantly. We simply could do better combining our efforts and to look at more local care. And then secondly, we considered the senior intervener report that we commissioned as a system from Sir David Pearson, which looked specifically at people who would have traditionally been in the transforming care group, so people with learning disabilities who are remaining in more institutionalised care settings when we are absolutely committed to moving them out of those. But we have to have the availability of the services, the infrastructure in order to do that. And myself and Levi Buckley, members of our system, both directors of adult social care, will be meeting with the Minister at the end of February to talk about the progress we're making in this area, but also what more government can do to support us as a system. Historically, here in the North East, North Cumbria, we've had a much higher number of people receiving this care, and that's been due to the range of specialist services that we've developed here in the North East, North Cumbria, in our mental health and learning disability NHS trusts, but also because we've been serving the needs of Ireland and also placements from Scotland as well. So we do have a sort of a higher mountain to climb to address this, and I certainly think we could go further and faster if we had more dedicated capital available to support the development of facilities, more local facilities. Chair, my report does include the raft of measures that we've taken to support us with urgent emergency care. I just want to mention two briefly. The acute respiratory hubs. I want to thank our medical director and our place teams for leading the delivery of these. We've set up over 33 acute respiratory hubs across our system, which has increased significantly the availability of appointments and acted as an alternative to the emergency departments for people with an acute respiratory illness. I think we've got a lot of learning to come from this, how we could do this probably earlier in the year, and we'll certainly be evaluating this. We're also going to be evaluating the virtual wards. This has been part of the national plan. One of the areas we want to really check is if the investment we've made in our virtual wards is delivering the outcomes and value for money for us. And I think it would be fair to say the view at the moment is fairly mixed on that. And of course, the funding for virtual wards, the requirement would be that we as a system need to pick up half of that going into next year. So we want to make sure that we are designing services with the right outcomes and also in the right setting for our population. And in doing so, really make sure we're looking at more preventative models, particularly available in primary care and general practice. So certainly through the urgent emergency care network, that is a priority for us. I do just want to touch on shared care. So shared care is usually when both the doctor, the general practitioner, the GP practice and secondary services would have agreements on who picked up which parts of care. So when somebody perhaps has gone into the hospital trust for more specialist diagnosis and support, they might be initially be receiving their treatment and support there, but in the future that may well transition to receiving that in general practice when they're stabilised, when general practice can undertake those tasks. This has been certainly an area that has been causing, there's been quite a lot of pressure, and I think particularly felt by general practice and particularly around the ongoing increase in demands to pick up additional tasks. So on a weekly basis almost, when GPs and I think general practice are dealing not only with all of the requirements set out in the national contract in terms of appointment and access, if they're suddenly requesting to monitor bloods, to prescribe medication, these things can take time, and also we need to make sure that we've got good agreements and also we've got the funding flowing to the appropriate place. It would be fair to say through the ADHD pathway, this has been a particular pressure recently, but that is not isolated. So working with the local medical committees, with our medical directors, and with our primary care team was certainly setting up meetings where we want to not only develop relationships, but also start to look in more detail at these shared care arrangements and just make sure that we're not putting undue burden and stress on any one part of the system, and also that each part of the system is clear about what is expected of them. If it was easy and and straightforward. We do this quite quickly. It's fairly complicated. There are different views, and also we recognise across the North East North Cumbria we are still picking up historical arrangements for shared care. So we need to look at, yes, what we can localise, but equally what we can standardise. And I'm sure this will be an area of interest for the board over the year ahead as this work progresses. And Chair, just two final things in my report I want to mention. Measles. And our medical director may well pick this up. So there's an update in terms of measles, particularly given what's being reported nationally. We're seeing certainly in other parts of the country outbreaks with measles. We do certainly want to absolutely encourage immunisations to be up to date, and equally make sure that as an integrated care board, when we're looking across the vaccination uptake, that whilst it is very good here in the North East North Cumbria, and certainly in some respects the best in the country, equally we're not complacent. And I think we do recognise that there will be, we do have some wards and some parts of our communities where we need to do more to encourage that uptake, and working through our vaccination team under our medical director, and certainly working with directors of public health, we are targeting those areas. And then right care, right person. So this is the national initiative to ensure that people in mental health crisis with mental health support needs are getting the most appropriate response, and for health, working closely with our policing colleagues. We have started the implementation of right care, right person, led by Levi in our executive team. We've got a good structure in place where we are doing an implementation that's moving across the region, and we're taking the learning from the various force areas as we go. We are making good progress with this, and also working closely with the third sector, our community and voluntary sector partners, in terms of their support with that. So Liam, there are other parts of my report. Very happy to take any comments on the report. But that is the update for today.
Thank you very much, Sam. You have a copy of the report to read through. I know many of you will have done in advance. Are there any points or questions you'd like to raise? John Rush.
Two questions from two separate parts of the report. I'd just be really interested just to hear a little bit more about the patient subgroup and what it consists of and how it operates, because I think that was fantastic that it's been involved in the work that it's been involved in. And then secondly, the work to do with the ADHD and the pathways and the GPs and the secondary care, I just wanted to double check, as you'd expect me to. It says local medical committee, regional local medical committee. Did it involve North Cumbria medical LMCs in the work, or was it regional as in the North East region? Sorry. David.
Yes, John, it will. There's a regional medical committee, but we've actually got a conversation tomorrow afternoon with them, and the work will be across the whole part of the system, and that will include the local medical committees as well as part of it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And just on the patient voice point, John, we could maybe bring this to a future meeting if you think it's worthwhile. But the whole point of it is actually a triangulation of intelligence information from a range of different sources that really allow us to look at what are patients telling us, what are the public telling us about our services, in partnership with Healthwatch and the VCSE sector as well. And also, how does it link into more broadly our Better Health and Wellbeing for All strategy going forward? But I'm more than happy to have a more detailed conversation about that.
Thank you. I'm just really interested in it because I think it's a great step forward for us to do it. So thanks for doing it.
Kath McAvoy-Carr.
Yes, thank you. Just not really a question, just a comment to say in relation to the system leadership group and the priority around children and young people. There is a national stakeholder council that met for the second time yesterday, which involves DFE and NHS England. So it would be good if as a system we can feed into that work that's going on so that it gives a broader picture from across the region.
Thank you. Christopher Ackers-Belcher.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question and one comment. On item 2.2, when it talks about the refresh of the joint forward plan, it says the ICB has been developing proposed commissioning intentions, and is any guidance within that how we're going to engage with, you know, the partners, stakeholders, and whether or not that could be shared with the Healthwatch network?
Jacqueline, you're going to respond to that, I think. Please.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Christopher. I mean, we effectively are using our place-based arrangements to engage with all partners in relation to the development of the plans, but I can certainly share some detail around the process if that's helpful.
I think also just, sorry, Christopher, just to add to that, I know that Jen's been involved with the team just to make sure that the intelligence that we are already receiving through the Health Watch network and through the existing listening infrastructure to make sure it also influences from the Joint Forward Plan.
And the comment was on item 4.11, the complaint themes and learning actions, and it talks about us as a Health Watch network gathering the evidence on the effectiveness of our incentivised access plan for dentistry. And just as an update, we've had 277 responses to that, and then we're moving into the next phase of the mystery shopping around all dentists across the whole of the region, and then the general survey after that. So, like, you know, we're definitely pulling in a lot of intelligence that hopefully will be useful for the ICB. And the last item, it talks about accessible information and looking at the communications materials, and Health Watch South Tees produced a very good document. I think it's been shared with the ICB on accessing GPs, and I think that could be looked at, and that's been really well received by the public.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Dave Gallagher, you want to respond to that?
Yes, please, Jen. And Christopher, thanks very much to Health Watch for the support and the dental work. It's in Sam's report. There's a huge amount of time and effort going into this, but it's really important that we get patients' views as part of that. So that work is invaluable, but will be invaluable, especially as we get to bring something back, something we'd hoped to, but we haven't brought back yet because of some of the pressures, the strategy from the way going forward, because that will really inform it. So thank you to you and colleagues.
Thank you. Ned Carney.
Thank you, Chair. Just observations on 3 items. I mean, the first one was the shared care arrangements. So two observations on that. Probably one thing we need to reflect on how, as a board and as a system, we deal with neurodiversity, full stop. So maybe that's something we bring for a future discussion at the board at some stage. The other issue is about the demand on general practice, which is what really this is about. And what I would suggest also is that within the context of the GP recovery work, which we are doing, which is great around the Fuller principles and so on, but one of the disconnects there is it doesn't really talk about the community mental health transformation in the same way. And there are already some models there where the GP demands have reduced in the context of how, as a community, we look at mental well-being and mental health needs. And I think that needs to be sort of brought into in a much more integrated way so that we can look at the GP demand across the board, not just around shared care. The second item was around, I mean, right care, right person, really good that we are looking at learning across police forces, but there are certain anecdotal cases coming out from a quality perspective now nationally, and I think that needs to be incorporated into our goal structures or whatever. I know, Levi, you're leading on to it. So we learn very quickly as to not just the processes, but what, if at all, issues around safety are that we need to be vigilant for. And the final one, which I was really pleased to look at in the report, was the Work Well Vanguard program, which is great that Health and Wealth is now getting this specific funding for our sort of ICS area. I would suggest that, which probably already is in the executives' thinking, is that the individual placement support sort of arrangements we have, which supports people with mental health issues back into work, which has had some extensive successes now, and they're going across the board working with private companies and so on, and that probably needs to be linked in as part of anything we do in a much more strategic way around this area. Thank you.
Thank you. To ask Sam to respond, please.
Yeah, just briefly, Chair. So I completely support the discussion that we need to have around neurodiversity and the sort of more wider issue from a societal perspective. At the moment, it certainly is over medicalised as a model of support, really. So I would welcome that, Rajesh, and I wonder, Chair, whether or not we can think about when we do that. The right care, right person, you're absolutely right, I think, to highlight that, particularly the learning. And of course, there have been some very tragic, high-profile incidents through a court case. publicised more recently. And I think the more assertive outreach model, and also making sure that where there is a call for help, it is getting the right type of response by the right person. We definitely need to pick up the national learning as well as the local learning, Rajesh, and I'm sure through our mental health providers working closely with the ICB, we'll be able to do that. And the individual placement support, the IPS model, that is absolutely part of the Work Well bid. Those links have been made in terms of the model that we've put forward, which is and I do have to commend our colleague Dan Jackson. He coordinated this bid working with the local authorities across the North East, North Cumbria, the DWP, and also building on that expertise. And we have put in a very comprehensive bid for just over £3 million worth of funding that, if we're successful, will target 3 areas across our system, Carlisle and the surrounding areas, Middlesbrough and South Tyneside. And the reason why we selected those areas was based on the data, the level of worklessness in those areas, and that bid has been supported by all of our partners. So we should hear back in the next 3 months whether we've been successful.
Lisa Taylor.
Thank you. Just to, on Sam's point there, just to highlight that we welcomed the inclusion of the voluntary sector in the initial discussions and progression of the Work Well Vanguard project. But also just to highlight the impact of the delay to the planning guidance on the voluntary sector. There's been a significant impact on all sizes of organisations in terms of not knowing what's happening from April onwards. Including loss of key members of staff who need to be recruited and replaced should services continue, and vulnerable people sometimes left without service as well. And this has happened now 2 years in a row that we've been in ICS, and it would be really good if we could work together as a system going forward to make sure that it doesn't happen for the 3rd year in a row. And I understand it's largely due to factors beyond our control, but I think that we could work together as a system to improve things for next year.
Good. Thank you, everybody, and thank you particularly to Sam for the report. We need to move on now to the next item, just keeping an eye on the time, and that's the Board Assurance Framework item 8.1, and Claire Riley is going to introduce this.
Thank you, Chair. I am conscious of time. This is a familiar report that board members receive on a regular basis. Just as an update, you will see some, I refer to this as a living document. There has been some changes within the document, some of which are highlighted, actually the changes are highlighted in red. You can see in the appendix the more detailed and the alignment to the key goals of the Better Health and Wellbeing for All strategy, and also more detailed the corporate risk register, which is available in Appendix 2, which highlights those risks that have a residual score of 12 and above. More than happy to answer any further questions, but hopefully this will be a familiar document for all.
Are there any questions or comments on this report? So on that basis, are you happy to approve it? Good. Thank you very much indeed, Claire. And so we now move to report backs on the business in the committees of the board. We'll start with the Executive Committee that's chaired by our Chief Executive, Sam Allen.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the papers include the minutes of our last 2 meetings and also a decision log. The decision log being a sort of a new addition, really, to pull out clearly for you a summary of the agenda item that was discussed and also the decision taken. So, Chair, I will not take the board through the full detail of that. I'm happy to pick up any questions. I've already mentioned the conversation and the decision around the acute respiratory infection hubs that was discussed at the Executive Committee. In terms of the workforce development item, this covered certainly changes between what was formerly known as Health Education England, which is now known as Workforce and Training and Education as a part of NHS England. And there, in terms of the transition of that organisation nationally into NHS England, there have been a range of changes made that impact issues like workforce funding, and we did agree as a committee to ring fence those fundings for the projects, and our chief nurse, David Purdue, has the oversight of those. Just in terms of the financial risk across the system, we acknowledge the ongoing financial risks, and that's also captured within our board assurance framework that we've just taken, along with the controls to mitigate the risks to the system, but they were noted at the committee chair.
Thank you very much. We've tried to, in fact, with all of the committee, this one in particular, to try and simplify the document that comes to the main board so that you know exactly what's been discussed and what's been decided. So if you've got further feedback on the format of these reports, then please let us know. But are there any specific points anyone wants to pick up on the executive committee business and report back? No. Okay, thank you very much indeed. So we move on now to item 8.22, which is the Finance, Performance and Investment Committee. John Rush chairs that committee.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of governance, we have met, obviously, but we didn't meet for the early part of January, primarily due to quorum issues, and it was right in the middle of the industrial action, and we just couldn't get the staff to do it, and it was so close to the holidays as well. So the actual minutes themselves for the two previous meetings will come to our meeting, which we're holding on Thursday, and then we'll bring them back to the board later on. So that from a governance perspective, that's where we got to. And we weren't out of sync in terms of how we should meet or not meet, because we in the governance terms, it's 10 meetings a year, and this is the first one that we've actually missed. But the reports were circulated to all the members for finance and for the performance as well, so people got that. Again, with the governance, we have been ongoing with the terms of reference review, and Sam, as chair of the executive committee, we're very much aware of this, and we are due to meet shortly about it. But there have been lots of crossovers with what the executive committee have done around capital, around efficiency, and also as well around investments. And as you can see from when you read the log for the executive committee, you can see where all the investments are being done. But our terms of reference are kind of a little bit blurry on that, to say that maybe we should be doing some of it. So we're going to review them, obviously, and that's what we want to do. And I think what we'll take on then is much more of an assurance and a monitoring role, rather than some of the decision-making role, as the terms of reference sort of spell out at the moment. So that's an important piece of work to make sure we're fit to govern in the way that we want to govern as an ICB. Performance-wise, I'm not going to touch on everything, because I know there's some things in there that are going to be spoken about later on in relation to how, for our oversight arrangements, some of our local organisations, particularly Newcastle and obviously County Durham and Darlington, and again with South Tees, have moved from different segments to a higher escalation, and that is being monitored at the moment. But one other thing I just want to touch on within there is and we have spoken about it during the course of this morning, is the mental health waiting times, and I think this is a really important piece of work. One is from our perspective in the committee. There's work being done to get the data and get it available. And then I think obviously the work that Levi's talked about and that Rajesh mentions as well is actually, okay, well, what does that mean for our people in our community? We've got some data now, what we're doing about it. So that is a really special piece of work. Just in terms of finance, again, I'm not going to go right through all of this, because some of the things you've already mentioned, Sam, about the work that we did for redesigning the budget for our deficit for the latter part of the year. And obviously some of the update on the capital arrangements. But again, with the capital oversight, with the existence now of the operational capital group, I think we're going to take on much more of an oversight role within that as well. And again, that will be covered in the terms of reference. And finally, you did talk about that we've still haven't had the update for finance and operational planning, which we're waiting for as well. But one bit that's not on there, but I just wanted to touch on, is we have dived in a little bit to the independent sector and the cost for the independent sector. I touched on this at the last meeting. That work is still ongoing about what that actually means for us in terms of how we spend our allocations and how patients get a service within our local area and how that all operates. So there's still some work to do with us to have a look at that. So that's basically the sort of the key points.
Thank you, John. Comments or questions on John's report back? Oh, thank you very much indeed then, John. And Eileen, now move over to the Quality and Safety Committee, which you chair.
Thanks, Chair. So with the board papers, what you have are the approved minutes of the Quality and Safety Committee from the 9th of November. At the previous meeting, I did a slide to go through the business of that meeting. So I'm happy to take any questions on those minutes that you will have had with your papers. Just to say there was an issue to do with a more detailed dive around IT serious incidents and what we could understand from these incidents, and we've got an item on our agenda today which I think will actually help to take that to the next sort of stage. In terms of, so happy to take any questions on the minutes that are in your papers. We had our last meeting on the 11th of January, and I think the notable feature there is we've now really bedded in the contribution from members of the public, patients and carers coming to that committee to ground our work very much in patient experience. And we had a contribution there around neonatal intensive care, a very, very thoughtful account of the difficulties in the first year of a baby's life when there are lots of illnesses, lots of movement around hospitals in the system, lots of need for information, but actually information needs to come at the right time. You need to know when you're moving and where you're moving to, so you can make arrangements, particularly in a family that's already got young children and work responsibilities. But also we had some serious thinking around information that's provided to people before they're ready to have it. And when you've got a baby who's very poorly and you're receiving information about all the potentially adverse outcomes that could happen to your child, sometimes I think there's a bit of a glitch about when we do communicate. And I think we were very much heard some very thoughtful information about how reliant we are on the voluntary community sector organisations, particularly around neonatal care. But not all of our provider foundation trusts have the same degree of VCSE cover and contribution. And it makes a big difference to families when you're actually in the hospital day in, day out, reliant on them to help you be nourished, having places to stay where you can stay with other young children. And I think the rest of the committee's work actually does follow well from understanding what it is to be a patient in our system. I think that just takes me to, I mean, quality and safety is founded on patient safety, patient experience and clinical effectiveness. We receive information about complaints, about staff surveys, patient surveys and incidents, and we really do need to make sure that we can learn well. And we often talk about the learning, but I think I challenge the committee to really think about that with more specificity. The response to many things that we have in this board is we need to share the learning, but there's very, very little understanding about what precise things happen. What do we understand? What do we change? And how does that loop get closed? So I think that is a bit of a challenge for that committee going forward. Is we understand risks, we can see them, we score them. We have lots of activities we call learning, but we don't really unpack that bundle and actually close the loop to say what precisely has been learned and how can we move forward differently together.
Thank you, Eileen. It's a very, very rich material, and it's a brilliant job you've been doing there. So thank you. Other comments on what Eileen's said? And I guess picking up your point about the learning, probably the most difficult part of it in all of the information that is around in the health services and care services provided to 3 million people is how to identify the systemic weaknesses that come out in relation to quality and safety. And obviously the committee that is one of the things that that's a very important function that you fulfill. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Rajesh.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question on the learning. I know it's a rich committee and some great work going on there. In relation to the providers and the new learning systems for learning from serious incidents which is coming through, I assume the committee would be looking at being assured that the provider organizations have the systems to actually have a culture of learning, and that will be coming to the committee at some stage.
David Perdue and his team are working on that.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of the transfer to PSERF, the ICB has to sign all those off, Rajesh, to make sure everybody is following the right process and that we're learning across the system. So there's learning from the early adopters of that, but then kind of some more intensive work into some of our providers where we need to do some additional support.
Yeah, just a brief comment from me on that, Rajesh, that I've offered to contribute some of my expertise on patient safety to this development. And essentially the paper, we are required to adopt by NHS England to adopt a new approach to incident investigation and management, as you know. But on the whole, the emphasis is more on selectivity rather than looking at the totality of the things that go wrong. And David and his team have produced an excellent paper on that, which will be coming through soon. But the dimension that I'm keen to explore in addition to that is that if you look at interest globally in incident reporting, which I'm an enthusiast for, but the experience over a long period of time, both in this country and in many other countries, is there are relatively few examples of transformational improvements resulting from the analysis of incidents. And that's in marked contrast to other high-risk industries that make a great deal of improvement on the basis of looking at what went wrong. So there's not just a need to improve the incident risk system, but I think to do what is happening elsewhere in other industries, has happened for a long time, not purely to look retrospectively at the incidents, but to look proactively at the risks and weaknesses in the system. So when David's paper comes, you'll also see a paper from me which will look at possibly some of the wider aspects and put that incident reporting and learning as a key point of action, but with other actions required as well. One of which I think is the ability to identify systemic threats and weaknesses, which is very, very difficult, but it's a challenge I think that we need to rise through, and we're ideally placed with a population of 3 million people to do that. We're bigger than about 30 or so countries in the world, which I often say, because it gives, I think, a great opportunity to do things at scale, which isn't possible in some of the smaller ICSs around the country. Tom Hall.
Yeah, thank you, Eileen. And I guess we've discussed this many times, but a crucial part of it is about openness, a willingness to kind of reflect and learn and be transparent about things that don't always go right and how we learn from that. I just wondered what the relationship between the committee's work is going to be with Boost, that wider learning community, and whether that's been kind of thought about.
I'll do that. So I think we're just about to finalise our quality strategy, Tom. And obviously part of that is around the improvement and how we improve. So, and because my portfolio is now across both of those areas in terms of quality and our learning and improvement community, then it's absolutely an integral part.
Thank you. That's, I think, all the comments and very important comments as well. So thank you very much indeed to all the committee chairs for the work you and your members are doing and for the reports that you've given us. Now we move on now to an item which we haven't allocated a lot of time to because of the pressure of business, but comes at the end of several previous considerations of it. That's the subject of digital data and technology, which is absolutely crucial to the developmental side of our role and indeed to the operation of services if technology develops in the way that it always will, moving quickly and offering more opportunities for those that recognise the potential. So Graham Evans, Professor Graham Evans, our Executive Director, is going to give a brief summary of this, but bearing in mind we've had previous discussions, and we will have future discussions. So this is just an important sign-off of the work that's been done so far. Graham.
Thank you, Chairman. So as the Chairman suggests, there is a paper in the pack. It is an amalgam of quite a long time of interactions, particularly with the board. Interestingly, pretty much a year ago today, we did the first update on the use of information systems to support and enhance how the integrated care system would work, and that was in conjunction with the update that we had from Dr. Bill Kirkup on the same day. So it's a very timely reminder. In addition to that, the board members also were party to an update in December where I walked through the content and format of the Digital Data and Technology Strategy, abbreviated to DDAT. The strategy has been built on a series of national drivers, some international learning. Colleagues will recall the work of Professor Mark Britnell, who came along and did a masterclass to a development session of the board, and many of those features have been built into the document itself. The document that we have is an iteration. We've had 3 versions of our digital strategy, first of which started in 2019 during the early days of an integrated care system. That was very quickly updated following the publication of the NHS 10-year plan and also the NHS People Plan, which demonstrates the agile and ever-evolving world of digital data and technology that we do need to keep up to speed with. And therefore, although this is a 3-year strategy, my expectation is it will require further iterations. It is also linked very much to the joint forward plan. So although the strategy outlines a 3-year roadmap of some key deliverables, our expectation is, in line with the joint forward plan process, we will reaffirm and renegotiate those key priorities on a yearly basis. Due to the fact that we did have some early versions of our digital strategy, as an enabler, it's very difficult to enable something without having an overarching system strategy. And clearly, a year ago, when we produced the Better Health and Wellbeing for All strategy, which gives us our 4 key goals, created the concept of our True North, it demonstrates also how digital data and technology connects to each and every one of those portfolios, programs, and underpinning projects. Because this is an evolving program of work, I think it's fair to say that our vision remains unchanged, which is about delivering high quality care for the people and population we serve across the North East and Cumbria through digital data and technology services. But interestingly, it also aligns to the 3 purposes within NHS England's digital strategy, which is around digitising, connecting and transforming. But we go one step further. We create 5 key themes. First of which is about the essentials. How do we ensure that we've got the basic infrastructure in place to ensure that new and innovative technologies have a solid foundation on which we build? So that's things like interconnectivity, it's security, and it's the ability to interact with other members and partners. We are very much about improving. We've heard a lot of conversation this morning about how we continually learn and improve, and that's very much within the DNA of our digital data and technology strategy. Because we are a wide and varied health and care eco-structure, we have to be able to connect and interoperate and use standards to communicate between points of health and care. So that's very much within the overall substance of the document itself. It's also about empowering. How do we give clinicians the tools in order for them to do the best possible work? And that also includes other health and care professionals, but also empowering our citizens and patients. We use the term shift left. This has allowed us to move all of our services, where possible and appropriate, closer to the citizens that we serve, but also closer to home. So that's a very important feature for the new health and care system. And then last but by no means least, insight. And again, I refer to the conversation about a year ago, how we use data and insight to drive action. And it's really the action that makes the difference in terms of our transformation. So the strategy is there for colleagues to consider and hopefully approve. As I say, it's supported and underpinned by the joint forward planning process. We also talk about strengthening our governance. Again, it is an evolving landscape in which we work. With the creation of the Provider Leadership Board, our collaboratives, we are strengthening those relationships and creating stronger partners. We've engaged through a whole range of community groups across our health and care system to make sure that the strategy reflects the needs and requirements of the people and population we serve. We do talk about the future. And again, back in November, I presented an update to the public board around the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is quite at an early stage, but we are in the process of trying to develop some principles and a strategy which will allow us to move forward in that new and very important agenda. The strategy won't stand on its own. It will almost create a framework for other strategies, such as a digital primary care strategy. There's an absolute need to create a digital inclusion strategy, a cyber and data security strategy, and also provide a framework in which our member organisations around the system can align and use our strategy as a framework for their own developments. So Chairman, I'll end there. I'm happy to take any questions, but I would recommend the strategies considered for approval this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. So any comments, questions? Because we're being asked to approve this and it will be published, so it'll be an indicator to everybody out there of what our ideas and work on this field is leading to. So it's an important document. Syra.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Graham. A very exciting document to read. I think just reflecting on the culture of the North East in our patient populations, obviously there is a large group of our patients who will struggle to understand and move forward and feel empowered by the technology. And I guess I was just keen to understand what community engagement we've done to help empower patients to move forward in this technology-driven era, because it's very important for service delivery and commissioning, but we want to make sure that we win the hearts and minds of our patients moving forward. So I think just for the knowledge of our viewers and the public, it'd be useful just to recall what work we're doing in the community that they may be able to be involved in to help move this agenda forward quicker.
Graham.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Syra. So we have engaged with lots of community groups, voluntary groups, Health Watch. We will be strengthening those relationships through the digital inclusion strategy, which I've already alluded to. So that's nearing its final draft. We want to also create a shortened version of this document, something which is an easier read, perhaps no more than 2 pages, that's written in a language that people can understand. But there's also a document that's currently available, a video animation that's currently available on our website, so colleagues and members of the public can look at that and understand the opportunities. There are major challenges in our system around digital exclusion, and that's an area of focus. We won't get it right first time, but we will, through the learning opportunities that we have, create that iterative approach to improvement. Thank you.
Sam.
Yeah, just on that particular point, I was really pleased that back on the 13th of this month, a digital inclusion project that's been running in North Tyneside was showcased as an improvement story through Boost, our learning and improvement community. And I think, as Graham said, we've got lots of examples of multiple projects, and we're using Boost to share and spread the learning of those, but also think about how we can ensure that we've really got an inclusive approach to this. And in writing the forward for this strategy, one of the questions I asked back was what percentage of our community still have no access to the internet at home, and it's 6% of the communities we serve. And then if you layer on access to digital devices as well, it's really going to be critical that we have a really inclusive approach to the delivery of this strategy, and I know that the team is very mindful of that and taking steps to ensure that.
Eileen.
It's a quick point, maybe to follow on actually. When we say digital inclusion, I think it's really important to separate out digital literacy, your confidence to use devices, etc., from digital poverty. People who don't have internet or access to devices. I think we should do different things on both aspects, but sometimes we lump it together and talk about digital inclusion. It feels a bit fuzzy. So I think we do need to kind of separate out so we can actually take steps specifically to support people. There are some people who wish to be able to engage digitally, but just do not have the data, do not have the kit, and can't be at home to do that. And then some people who really need help with their confidence around devices. And as we digitise our services, we do really need to watch out for an intervention-generated inequality, leaving some people further and further behind.
Graham.
Thanks, Chairman. And Eileen, on that particular point, the inclusion strategy addresses very much those points you've raised. But there's also a counter side to that. So we provide lots of technologies that clinicians can use as tools to help the patients that they serve. When they don't use those technologies, that's also a form of exclusion. So we're very much focused on that. And we are using, as part of the next iteration of the Joint Forward Plan, digital inclusion as one of the key areas of focus. Thank you.
Ken Bremner.
Thank you. Graham, great strategy, but it just demonstrates how complex managing this whole system actually is. And it's obviously an area that is fast changing as well. So my question is actually, is the strategy affordable?
My counter question would be, can we afford not to do it, Ken? We are in a world where we are really struggling to keep up with the demands, the pressures. I've said this many times, I see technology as an investment, not a cost, but we need to look at where the technology delivers benefits, not just at a point, but on a wider system basis.
Do you want to comment, David Chandler, on that?
Yeah, whilst I get the investment, and obviously that's all part of being more sustainable in the future, and it links very well with things like workforce challenges, so I wouldn't disagree with some of those things. We have been making representations to NHS England in terms of, you know, the importance of investing into digital, and also recognising the fact that traditionally, I think it'd be fair to say, that a lot of digital investment was capitalised, and the world's changing, isn't it? That it's more likely to be licenses and things like that as well. So I think the NHS England are open to those type of conversations. They recognise the importance of that. We've had conversations at regional and national level. I just think there's probably a place for us to sit in terms to sort of say what we think we actually need over the next 3 years and work with NHS England. Members might remember previously there were things called funds that were made available over a period of 3 years, which allowed you to bid for either revenue or capital funds quite flexibly. I think something like that would be a quite useful start.
Thank you. Tom Hall.
Yeah, sorry, just jumping back to the points raised about accessibility of the information. It was just to highlight the work that's been led in Ken's Trust actually by Ryan Swires around health literacy. Ryan's done a huge amount of work around patient preferences in terms of being able to access information as well. And you might find a lot of insight from that before having to generate new stuff as well.
And Ryan's involved in our digital inclusion group. And just back to David's point, we're also looking to lobby NHS England where we can seek national funds for a whole range, but it's not an easy ask. There's lots of things to do. There's a big call nationally.
Thank you. Christopher Ackers-Belcher.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's a really excellent document, especially like the insight and the empowerment and all of that. I think the point that Eileen made around that clear demarcation between digital poverty and digital exclusion is we need to focus on that. But I don't think we should lose sight of the fact around choice as well with people. And there's a lot of education, like some of the deprived communities we work with, they may want to be able to do it, but we need to weave in that education in everything that we do, but be mindful that some people may choose that digital is not the preferred way because for some people it causes anxiety, lots of different things, so we need to make sure we have choice.
Thank you. David, you had an additional point?
Yeah, if I can just add to provide a little bit more assurance to the board. Members will be aware that organisations like Her Majesty's Treasury and now have a base in Darlington, and we have been meeting with them on a fairly regular basis to talk about the experiences of health and social care in the North East, and talking about their policy leads in a relatively informal way. But they're looking to sort of say, well, what should the future look like? And when we go into those meetings, there's one thing that's very high on the agenda from our perspective is the importance of investing into digital. and the opportunities that presents for sustainability, but also for patients' lives, basically. So just to give you that assurance that that's always top of our agenda, and it does, stimulate a debate in terms of how we might go about that. They are looking for ideas.
I'm happy to go along with you to the next meeting, David, if that would help.
Okay, if there are no more points, are people happy to approve? So I was waiting for you to come in earlier. But you go ahead.
Sorry about that. A great strategy, Graham. And I think just thinking about the Treasury, one of the big hot topics recently has been about productivity in the NHS, and I think digital is probably the best way to improve productivity. One of the challenges is implementing a lot of these technologies. Aside from the licensing costs and the upfront costs, the actual people involved in making these things happen is a huge resource. Do we feel like we have, as an ICB, a sufficiently large resource to implement these technologies, and do the various providers, as part of the ICS, have the resource in-house to be able to implement these technologies?
The honest answer is no, not yet. There is a massive workforce challenge, but my observation would be that not to do the same things better, but to do better things. And if we can use technology to enhance that, change the way that our workforce generally works, but we also need to attract and retain the digital data and technology professionals, because they can go and work in other areas, other markets. So we really need to demonstrate that we are at the forefront of innovation and attract the brightest and the best.
Okay, thank you. I didn't think it would be a 10-minute item, so thank you for those interesting comments and important questions. Are you happy to approve and see this report published?
Liam, if I may, just to pick up Ken's question, because I think it's a good question. It's a really important question. If I may, whilst we've got the milestones in here for delivery of the strategy, commit to go away and cost out the impact of delivery of the strategy. I do think we need to do that. And I think we also need to do that in the context of, I think this will be more affordable through collaboration and shared approaches across our system, as opposed to every one of our NHS trusts and providers going away and looking to see which bit of it they implement, and also how we utilise our resources. So, Chair, if we'd be very happy to follow that up through the Executive Committee and provide an update in 6 months.
Thank you. Although the very difficult dimension that's never built into productivity is the gain in quality. So it might end up being a more complex exercise, but worth doing, certainly. Thank you. Right. Do you approve and happy to see this published? Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Over to you now for the integrated delivery report.
Thank you very much, Chair. So you have the integrated delivery report before you. Our Chair earlier noted some of the key changes in the report, so I won't run through them all, but just to highlight on page 3 of the report, we note the change impending to Newcastle upon Tyne Hospital's CQC rating, now confirmed, as we know, overall requires improvement, and obviously we're going to have a more detailed discussion of that later. We've also had 2 other of our trusts have CQC inspection outcomes confirmed, and they are Tees Esk Wear Valley NHS Foundation Trust and North Cumbria Integrated Care Trust. Both sets of reports noted a range of improvements, further actions, but maintained the overall ratings requires improvement. And then secondly, just to note that there have been some changes to the National Oversight Framework ratings of 2 of our trusts. They were highlighted, but it's again Newcastle upon Tyne Trust who've moved to segment 3, and also County Durham and Darlington Foundation Trust that's moved to segment 3. So just wanted to note those. The only other point I wanted to draw attention to, I think we mentioned in the previous board the establishment of our system performance and oversight group. It's now had 2 meetings. This is a meeting of the executive director community within our provider trusts who had the lead for operational performance, and I think early days, but proving to be a great addition to the landscape in terms of bringing that very senior perspective, linking up with the transformation leads for our programmes and making sure that we've got every opportunity to improve. We've done 2 focus meetings, one on ambulance response times and one on the urology cancer pathway, both of which generated some significant new actions. So I'll give you further updates on that in the future. I've then just, as in previous boards, got a couple of slides to highlight some key areas, and I'm just going to draw out a few headlines from these slides, if I may. So starting with that important Category 2 ambulance response time, in December we ended up with a 42-minute and 29-second average response time, obviously longer than we would expect, longer than we would hope, but an improvement on the forecast plan. And a significant improvement on where we were in December last year. Well, you remember there was a really significant challenge. We ended up in terms of benchmarks of 5th out of 11. So deterioration compared to November, but an improvement on the previous year. And pleased to say that so far in January we're seeing a further improvement, which we'll report formally on next time. In terms of handover times, Chief Exec noted in her report, and just to draw out, that we did see quite a sharp deterioration in ambulance handover delays during the early part of December. And on the back of that, we took some decisive action in partnership with our ambulance and acute provider trusts to put a new escalation arrangement in and do some rapid reviews of the arrangements to manage handover delays within our trusts. And we did see a significant improvement on the number of ambulance handover delays through the course of the rest of December, albeit we did have some challenge over the immediate New Year period, but we seem to be sustaining that. Work is still ongoing, and I'll report further on that in future meetings. In terms of the A&E 4-hour target in December, we delivered a 73.9% achievement against a plan of 75%, so below our plan. A relatively healthy performance compared to the national position, where the England average was 69% and we were the 7th amongst 42 integrated care systems in relation to the performance against that target, but clearly still work to do to deliver a sustained performance there. And in recent work with system partners, we've been focusing on the variation underneath that headline performance for the ICS as a whole. There are a number of peer review visits that have been undertaken and action plans that are ensuing, and we're also doing formal recovery plans with some of our most challenged organisations in relation to the 4-hour target. I just wanted to briefly draw out a couple of headlines from the 12-hour delay standard. This is the standard where ideally no patients would wait 12 hours once the decision to admit them had been taken. This is still of concern. It was a standard that was pretty much met prior to the pandemic and was a rare event, and sadly has become a feature of urgent and emergency care in England. In terms of North East and North Cumbria, you can see we do have significant numbers of 12-hour delays. Again, not as bad as in other parts of the country. About 2% of our patients in December experienced one of these delays versus about 5% across England, but still of concern. Just to draw out, improvement is being driven here. So just want to draw attention to the contrast between December 22, when unfortunately there were 2,347 12-hour delays. That was down to 900 in December 23. Obviously, we want to go on and deliver further improvements around this important standard and get back to a position where there were rare events. But I think just helpful to see that we didn't have quite so tough a December as we had in the previous year. And I think that's testament to all of the improvement work that's been taking place in our system. Moving to the elective position then, a kind of concerning picture here at the end of this November data that you're seeing, because that's the published data that was available at the time of writing this report. Just to give a bit of a more up-to-date position in terms of these key elective standards, we did see quite a significant further slowing of recovery on the back of the industrial action, the two significant long periods of industrial action. I think in the Chief Exec's report, the numbers of patients who had to be rescheduled, over 3,000 outpatients and over 500 treatments, gives you a sense of the scale. I'm pleased to say in recent weeks we have started to really motor, and there's been some significant recovery. So, for example, the week that ended last week, we saw over 600 patients come off the 65-week list. So This is a challenge now to hit even our revised targets that were set for what was termed H2, the latter part of the year, because if you remember, we were advised to plan as if there would be no industrial action when we set our revised elective plans, only for 2 extended periods to ensue. Nonetheless, very much pulling out the stops to try and get to delivery of this plan, or as close as possible to it. And some key actions are increased amounts of mutual aid, use of the independent sector, weekend working, validation, a whole array of activities going on to try and get as close to possible as delivery of these targets as you can. And the detail is in the report where each organisation has got to. The position in relation to the cancer backlog, though not quite as dramatic a impact from the industrial action, because we tried very hard to protect any booked cancer patients. Nonetheless, there was some impact. And so again, we are off plan currently, as well as we were at the end of November. But again, real focus on trying to get back on plan. And we certainly haven't given up delivering our revised plan of 817 for the end of March, working very closely. And I mentioned focused activity going on the urology pathway. Would like at this point to commend the work that's been done in Ken's Trust, where they really have made a significant and sustained improvement on the waiting times for urology suspected cancer patients, and they're sharing that learning across the system with a clinical lead from that trust leading the system group, which is good to see. I'm going to move on now and just talk briefly about waiting times for mental health services. I'm going to take both children and young people and adults together. It is a very worrying trend, as you can see here. Just to highlight that for the first time in our integrated delivery report, we are now sharing these data routinely built into our dashboards and modelling them on the elective waiting time intervals, so you can see not just how many people are waiting, but how many over a year and how many over 2 years. I think we mentioned that there's a report forthcoming shortly. I think it's maybe the next meeting, I'll confirm that, but there's certainly a huge amount of work going on to look at the recovery actions that can be put in place to address these long waiting times, both new models of care and also looking to increase capacity. So we look forward to seeing the impact of that, and I think it's a good practice that we have a rigorous baseline against which we can measure the impact of the improvement measures that we're going to bring forward. So the last thing I just wanted to highlight was the ongoing work we're doing to try and reduce out-of-area placements of mental health patients. This is measured in bed days, as you know. You can see we've had quite a turbulent time. The orange line is the actual, but we've had a number of months now of significant improvement, and I want to commend the work that's gone on in our 2 mental health trusts to tackle this. So a whole array of work that's gone on, more robust discharge planning, obviously the work that we're starting to do around housing, also some innovative work looking at almost taking the virtual ward concept and applying it to groups of patients who might otherwise face admission, and if no beds available locally, have recourse to an out-of-area placement. So we look forward to further improvements in this area so that we can get back to a point where, again, this is eliminated, except in most exceptional cases. So those are the key areas that I wanted to draw attention to, Chair. As ever, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline, for another very comprehensive report. Other comments and questions people would like to raise? Mike Smith.
Thanks, Jacqueline. Agree for another excellent report. Just 2 questions. The first is regarding mental health metrics. It's great that they're included, though terrifying to see how poor some of them are. Particularly worrying is that the 13,000 adults waiting more than a year for a first direct appointment, that is a really large number. We don't have any sort of targets for those. I appreciate the new metrics. Are we planning on identifying some targets to try and aim for, something to aspire towards in terms of improvement in that regard? And then my second question is just looking at the overall suite of metrics, really, where certainly the ones patients most notice when I speak to them is waiting times for mental health appointments, waiting times for elective appointments, and then the wait in A&E if they need to be admitted. And all of these metrics are in the red, as it were. I appreciate with the industrial action we've had some serious headwinds. Do we anticipate when the industrial action eventually hopefully settles, do anticipate that all of the other mitigating actions we've got in place will be sufficient to turn the ship around, as it were.
Thanks, Mike. I mean, in terms of your first question, we're not aware that we're going to get any new national standards in relation to mental health waiting times. However, without preempting the work that's going on, I would absolutely expect that we'll set some expected impacts of the work and the actions that we'll put in place to address those waiting times, and I guess we'll bring those forward with the report. And once we've got a set of improvement plans, we'll monitor progress against those plans within the reports. As you say, we've just got the raw data, and it is a very worrying picture, so that's a further development. The report will definitely support the delivery of those plans by measuring impact. In terms of your second question about industrial action, I mean, my analysis shows that were it not for the industrial action, we would be well on track to deliver our elective plans. In fact, I would anticipate that we would be exceeding plans. We would have been exceeding our planned reductions in elective waiting times were it not for the industrial action. You can see that just in the raw numbers. And so, you know, subject to whatever the future brings in terms of industrial action, I'd be confident. And one of the things that you can see to triangulate that is when you look at the very healthy levels of activity that we've delivered against our activity plans, despite the industrial action. Thanks.
David Chandler.
Thanks, Chair. Just wondering, interested in, especially Jacqueline's view, maybe others as well. I mean, notwithstanding all that we're doing locally in mental health waiting times, especially in children's, I'm very conscious that we have an elective recovery fund in physical health, which certainly supports doing more activity within the NHS and the independent sector, which helps reduce waiting times. And I'm just wondering your views on whether or not, you know, think about parity esteem, there should be something nationally in the mental health arena as well.
I mean, you know, others will have views. I would be very supportive of that. I think whilst there is no doubt improvements that we can make through transformation of pathways, new models of care, there is a capacity issue. When you look at the scale of the demand, then I think we will absolutely have to challenge ourselves to look at capacity to diagnose, treat and support people, as well as delivering that through more optimised pathways. And any lobbying we can do to identify a protected fund to support that, I think we should absolutely pursue. Thanks.
Levi Buckley.
Thank you. I'll just pick up a few of those themes. As I reported, I think it was at the October board when we brought the more detailed overview on mental health and learning disabilities. Absolutely, there's a comprehensive work programme, and I think picking up Mike and Jacqueline's comments, applying that consistency in how we monitor and review our elective work with our acute FTs and mimicking that within mental health and learning disability absolutely is our intent. I think we were the first ICB in the country to have this kind of level of visibility on mental health waiting times, which is appropriate. We previously reported we've seen a doubling in monthly demand for children and young people's mental health, so simply throwing more money at it is not a solution. Even if, I'm sure Rajesh would agree, if we were to say to our providers, here's some additional cash, there simply is not the workforce to deliver this. So we have a two-strand approach. One, there is some kind of waiting list initiative approach to try and tackle some of the urgent backlog, but secondly is absolutely complete redesign of our clinical model here in primary care, in secondary care. Let's not forget local authorities in here as well. A lot of this comes across the SEND agenda and into education. And I think we're going to see a bit more of a deep dive on the adult ADHD. As we see the number of diagnoses for children and young people increase, you then tend to see parents querying, well, actually, maybe this is something that affects me as well. So the demand nationally is exponentially increasing. We will need to do something quite different and radical, I think, to support people in the best way in the future. So, Chair, we will, as previously said, bring further updates back to the board on that work.
Thank you very much, Levi. Sarah Mellick.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jacqueline. That was a really comprehensive report, very well laid out. I guess I just wanted to echo Levi's thinking that obviously we know things, we know things aren't getting better, they're getting worse, and do we need to do some radical thinking and reform? And obviously linking it in with Graham's presentation with how can we use technology to facilitate better, quicker, appropriate care for our patients. I guess my concern is that the children are 100% of our future outcomes, which has been referenced in the report as well. So what can we do now in terms of prevention? How will we woven our preventative agenda? Because I know Sam has been very proactive in making sure prevention is key rather than just reactive care. So I'd be keen to just understand what we're weaving in from a kind of stopping people getting unwell rather than trying to treat them when they are unwell, because obviously we know that becomes a lot more difficult.
Thank you. Kath McAvoy-Carr.
Thanks very much. And I think just a couple of points from me. One is around the issue about the short-term funding that we very often get from the government, which allows us to be able to develop innovative and exciting new projects, but actually the sustainability of those projects is a challenge across the system. And we know certainly in the region there's a number of projects, trailblazers, pilots that are going on around initiatives, and learning from those would be great, because there's no doubt as a system we are creaking in relation to the mental health challenges. Both adults and children's services are receiving an increased number of referrals as a result of mental health services not necessarily being available in the right way. And we also know that our exclusions of children from school are increasing significantly. That's not just within the region but nationally, and if we looked to do some case studies around those, it would be interesting to see how many of those have got undiagnosed challenges around mental health. The early help and prevention issue that was raised there, I think, is critical. We are certainly looking at how we can reinvest some of our savings in relation to early help and prevention in all of the local authority areas, but that remains a challenge. We know where there's been de-investment, that's caused some significant areas of need in those areas.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Ken Remner.
Yeah, I'll just come back to Mike's comment, Mike, if it's any help or comfort about the post-recovery period and waiting lists. I think it's an issue for the providers to talk a little bit about their ambition and aspiration to do more and do it better and do it differently. The sort of comments you've heard from around the table, but that's just not an issue that's directly within the gift of the providers. We need the whole system to work on that with us. So there's a bit for us about what's our ambition, not just what we're being told in national targets, how fast do we want to go, but we need the whole system to support us doing that. You know how many of our beds are blocked with patients that shouldn't be in there. We clear 25 or 30 or 50% of those out. Suddenly you get more flow, we get more capacity. We can't do those sort of things on our own, and primary care are an equal partner in that discussion as well, Mike. So there's a bit for me through the collaborative to get the ambition identified with Sam and the team, but there's also a bit for the other parts of the system to help us unlock some of that as well.
Thank you. We are a little bit over on time, so I just had one comment myself to make, and then we'll check nobody else has comment. It's back to this point I made earlier in relation to the forthcoming changes in handling incident reports and patient safety. And page 7 of this report, Jacqueline says, the data on the number of serious incidents is no longer reported. Now, if I was a member of the public, I think I'd be worried that how that has an impact on openness, accountability, learning. So I think, just to say, when we do come to discuss the new arrangements, which are largely a supposedly technical matter, I think we have to take account of how what's being proposed fits with what we're trying to do in other aspects of our work. So that phrase really stood out at me whenever I read the report. Sam.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just reflect. I was just very heartened by the conversation we just had, because I think sometimes when we look at the performance report, inevitably we've got one role, which is, are we meeting the standard? If not, why not? What are we doing in that standard? But the conversation we've just had also is about the interrelationship between all aspects of this report. And I was really struck by how general practice are exceeding their planned appointments very significantly in our region. And so when we think about sort of the pressures we were talking earlier about on general practice, it perhaps is no wonder why those pressures are being felt really significantly, as well as obviously the relationship on mental health. And Kath, the point on local authorities, there's also something about how we better support parents. And Rajesh, your point earlier about we need to be talking about neurodiversity, because 13,000 people sat on a waiting list for a diagnosis that actually it will take so long to get. We'll be missing out on all of the opportunities for them to better understand the condition, what they can do around self-help, but also their family and wider social networks. So I'm just wondering, Chair, if at some point for us as a board, we need to, through one of our sessions, just think through, are we prioritising through our programmes of work, through urgent emergency care, community service and mental health, the right things? Because inevitably we do have finite resources and we're not going to be able to tackle everything, but we probably as a board just need to check, are we focusing on what matters most and what will have the biggest impact for our population? So I wonder if we could, maybe some of us take that away and just think about that and the relationship with this particular report.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jacqueline. It is a very tightly scheduled agenda as ever. We've a lot of business to cover, but just to note, we're running 15 minutes over. So we move on to the finance report now. David Chandler, please.
Yeah, thank you for the subtle hint, Chair. So I'll be very brief. I'm sure everybody's read the paper already. I'll touch briefly on 4 financial duties as highlights and very briefly on the financial plan. No more than a few minutes, Chair, you'll be pleased to know. So the year-to-date position on the ICB is online with plan. Just to note that we have been seeing prescribing pressures through the year. A number of ICB DOFs have met with NHS England to talk about that. They're running at 13%, which is mainly due to price and is likely to be a recurrent problem. And that meeting went relatively well. From an ICS perspective, what you can see in the report is actually we're ahead of plan. We're reporting a year-to-date deficit of £13 million versus a plan of £50 million. That is mainly due to the fact that the money we received for industrial action and other related pressures had to be fed into the first 8 months of the year. We are, as Sam mentioned earlier, expecting our month 9 position to report a £35 million deficit, which is largely an improvement in one of our larger foundation trusts. If I talk on efficiency, I just think that's an important thing to bring to the attention of the board. Whilst you'll see in the report that efficiency appears to be on track to deliver £410 million of efficiencies this year, it is important to highlight that we are approximately £60 million behind on our recurrent efficiency target. That has been offset by non-recurrent efficiencies, but that obviously will have a tail into next year. One of the biggest gaps has been with Newcastle hospitals, who account for approximately £30 million of that shortfall, and they're well aware of that and are putting plans in place to address that for the forthcoming year. I'll touch on risk, Chair, because I think it's just very important to sort of say, yes, we're on track to deliver those targets I've mentioned. The amount of risk that we still face between now and the end of the year is coming down considerably. You'll remember at the start of the year I talked about risk of being around £250 million. Our net risk now is around £10 million, and that's a testament to lots of actions that have been going on in a variety of organisations, including financial restraint and spending controls, and careful reviews of past and current investment plans. So that's a really reassuring number to report. We did report to NHS England that industrial action for December and January cost us around about £11 million. And we're having a conversation with NHS England about recognising that. There's a red flag on capital, Chair, in the report. Just want to give assurances to the board that NHS England have confirmed that the regional allocation for capital in relation to IFRS 16, which is basically where new things have to be capitalised compared to the past, there is a regional allocation that is enough more or less to cover our needs this year. Going forward, that might be more of a challenge, but certainly this year we should have that covered off. So I expect that to turn to a green sooner rather than later. We touched on the financial planning guidance being late this year. It's normally out for Christmas Eve. We haven't got it yet, but we are collectively working, not just on the financial planning, but all planning, not even though we haven't got that full list of the financial planning guidance. We have got some updates from HSC which will allow us to plan, and we're continuing to work on the basis that we'll be asked to submit plans basically at the end of March for the coming year. That's what I want to say, Chair, given time.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments on the finance report? Okay, so you're happy to accept and approve it. Thank you very much. Thank you, David, for the succinctness of the report particularly. Jacqueline, we're on now to the Emergency Preparedness, Resilience and Response Assessment, self-assessment.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'll try and be brief. There's just a little bit of context to share here. So this is the annual assurance process that all Category 1 providers and organisations have to go through against the national EPRR standards, the Emergency Planning, Resilience and Response standards, which are in line with the Civil Contingencies Act. This year, we've had a slightly different process, which was piloted by our regional team, where essentially threshold to meet standards and modelled it on the work done by the Grenfell and Manchester Arena inquiries. Something that we support in the sense that we recognise that it's important to have a very rigorous approach to this. It did create a little bit of difficulty in the system because some of the ways in which the evidence needed to be presented which wasn't available in the time frame, but it also pointed out some genuine areas where we could do more robust work in the future. So all of that is reflected in the report. In relation to the ICB's position then, we are reporting unfortunately a non-compliant position for 23-24 against the standards. It's a 49% compliance, and that's made up of, for the 47 standards, 26 against which we're fully compliant, 19 where we're partially compliant, and 4 where we're non-compliant. Just to say briefly that the areas where we need to do further work to become fully compliant, but currently partially, around the degree to which we didn't fulfil our roster of training and exercise requirements during the year. Ironically, the main reason we weren't able to achieve that is we were dealing with actual incidents, largely industrial action, which took up the majority of the team's time during the course of the year to make sure that we had all the arrangements in place to deal with that. The 4 areas of non-compliance relate to our arrangements for business continuity, and there's certainly more work to do there. While we've got some standard policies, there's more detail and rigour against the national framework that needs to be done. I would like to just draw attention to the fact that whilst we don't have all of those policies set out and approved in the way that the standards were required to, we have successfully dealt with a range of incidents, not just industrial action, but adverse weather, medicine shortages, outbreaks and placement of unaccompanied migrant children. So we believe through the coordination of our SCC, which itself has been signed off as fully compliant with the national framework, we do have robust arrangements, but we do need to make sure that we formalise all of those within individual policies. I think just to say that some of the good work that's come out of this is that we've now got a formal monthly system group where we're working together as a set of partners to deliver the revised compliance sets of policies and arrangements that we need to have in place in order to achieve substantial compliance across the board. Since the assessment was done, quite a lot of work has already been completed, so we believe if we did the assessment at the time we wrote the paper, we believe we were at 62%. So some of the things that we need to do, for example, was lead a major system tabletop exercise, which we did here in the Durham Centre during December, very successfully, and a lot of learning came out of that. A lot of the policies that were on a 2-year renewal roster have moved to an annual roster and are now compliant. And indeed, further work that we've done since the paper was written believes that for our own self-assessment, we're nearer to 70%. So still plenty of work to do, and disappointing that we were exposed as not having all of the policies and arrangements in place that we needed to have. But I am recommending that the board recognises that was the position when we did the self-assessment this year, but also notes the detailed plans to do further work to make our arrangements more complete and robust in order that we'll have a better assessment next year. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, and for all the work that's gone on in the background. Maybe I could just start and see if others have comments as well. When you look at the academic literature on resilience in other fields, there's much more emphasis put on culture than is in here. And so that my first question, are we digging deep enough to some of the fundamentals as to how the organisations work? And then the second thing that I can't forget, although it's in relation to the specific of pandemic preparedness, in the, I think it was 2018-19, there was an international assessment of preparedness, and I think the US came top, and the UK was very high as well. And the reality, of course, was that they had performed worse than other countries, which were right low down on the ranking. So the whole question of assessing resilience, I think, is, in my view, in healthcare, a very rudimentary stage. And I just wondered if, despite this excellent work which complies with what we're supposed to do, if you feel it represents the reality.
Thank you, Chair. That's quite the question, and it does relate to the work, the discussions that we'll be having later and have been having around the importance of culture, leadership, and ownership and ways of working. I suppose what I would say is that in the work that we've led as the ICB, leading the wider system on resilience, we've very much worked in line with our own preferred culture as outlined by our learning system and being the best at getting better. We've had a very open, supportive set of discussions. We've met regularly face-to-face with the operational and resilience leads within our organisations. We've listened and we were able to influence the way that the process was run this year on the back of that listening, and show that we've got a kind of effective network for responding to difficulties. We've now got a shared work programme where we're doing work on behalf of each other, and with paying attention to the ownership, if you like, of this agenda beyond just the kind of technical resilience community to the wider leadership, and we're exercising and training together rather than individually in our organisation. So I think that's probably only a very shallow answer to what's a very deep question, but I do think that there are ways we can approach this agenda that's not technocratic but goes a bit more deeply into...
And presumably there's some simulations planned and exercises.
Absolutely.
The only problem with those usually is that the senior people don't turn up. You know, most of the ones I've ever been to, the chief executive or the chairman don't turn up. So I think if we do have simulations and exercises, it would be really good to make sure that they're taken very seriously by everybody.
Yeah, and as part of our new training network arrangements, we're going to have portfolios for all of our executives and senior leaders where we'll be ensuring that they do avail themselves of these training and exercising opportunities. But just to say, in the event that we held here just before Christmas, we had half our exec team and the majority of our senior leaders here, as well as partners from 14 other agencies and from local authorities as well. So it was a really good turnout. It was an excellent day. I think we learned a lot. We just need to do more of that. And then, of course, the important thing is that the learning and the actions that are identified and harvested from those events are followed through. And things change as a result of what we learn on the day. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Well, you see then on the screen that was disappeared, but we have a break of 15 minutes, so we have the opportunity to stretch our legs and have a drink, and we'll be back at, let's say, 12:10. We're resuming now with the Executive Medical Director's report on a few priority items which we want to inform you about. Neil.
Thank you, Chair. First thing is that I don't normally do an Executive Medical Director's report, but there were a number of actions that were questions raised by board over the last two meetings that I just thought was just easier to bring together in a report. So I'm going to just very briefly update you all on the items within the report on waiting well. A little bit of information about the epidemiology of the winter pathogens that have been circulating over this season, post-COVID services and the diagnostic programme, as I say, which are all questions which have been raised by board in previous meetings. The Waiting Well project, I have presented on this before. This is our initiative that has been running now for nearly 2 years. It's an initiative which seeks to reduce the impact on individuals, particularly those in vulnerable groups within society, either if they live in areas of deprived socioeconomic status, or if they've got certain conditions that make them more susceptible to harm if they're waiting for long periods of time for surgery. So those people who are on the priority 3-4 waiting list. The project is going from strength to strength. It is actively calling patients and liaising with place-based teams that are integrated teams between health, social care and voluntary sector to look after people who are on waiting lists and provide them with a range of support from physical, emotional and social support and financial support or housing, linking in with our local authority partners. Some of the data in here does give you an idea of the, firstly, the ability that we have using radar and the Waiting Well dashboard to drill down to an individual patient level and identify people quite easily using the radar dashboard. And then once the individuals are identified, they are contacted by our contact centre, either directly by telephone or letter or text. So far, these are the figures at the end of October, so there'll be more than this now. We've contacted over 6,500 patients and offered them support, and 79% of those actually were from our most deprived communities. 40% of those actually accepted the support. Again, 68% of those were from deciles 1 and 2. We have built an evaluation for this, and that work is ongoing, and an idea of some of the data set that we are collecting, but it's a little too soon for us to report out on this. But I've included within the report some patient stories of the impact and the difference that this has made to people who are on the waiting list. So in future, when the time is right, when the evaluation has reported out, I will bring a further update to the board. The next section is on the circulating winter pathogens. We planned for quite a few scenarios in the summer time for this coming winter, and what I've detailed in the report is actually what has transpired. We did see a rise in respiratory admissions through September of 23, and a rise in COVID cases through autumn with a peak in demand midwinter time. There has been a rise in flu in early January, but we think this has started to peak now. And there was a peak of respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in November. But there's been if compared to last year, there's been kind of normal levels of scarlet fever and invasive group A strep. So the RSV followed the normal seasonal pattern, and it's now starting to fall away. Just to mention to board members, there is the planned JCVI are currently considering an immunisation programme for RSV, which will be rolled out, if approved, in the summer-autumn time, which could significantly affect the number of children, particularly, who are admitted to hospital. The most recent COVID JN1 subtype was the predominant circulating COVID. That's now peaked, and it was causing some pressure on hospital, but less compared to previous years. And as I've mentioned, the flu wave has probably peaked and is starting to come back down. Hospitalisations for flu are below the England average in the northeast, and they have been lower than we saw last year or in pre-pandemic years. And again, I just thank all of our community pharmacies and general practices for working really hard and getting good flu immunisation uptake in our areas. The data there is shown graphically as well within the report. I was also asked to just update the board on post-COVID services. So post-COVID services were set up during the pandemic, and they've been commissioned by NHS England up until April of this year. From April 2024, new guidelines have been developed for post-COVID services, and we will be responsible for commissioning them. The new guidance doesn't really suggest any significant change in the model of care, but it has recommended that we consider aligning post-COVID services with other post-viral services, such as chronic fatigue syndrome services that are already established across the patch. Interestingly, because now we're not testing as much for COVID, they've removed the criteria for a positive COVID test to be a requirement for accessing these services. And if you've got clinically had COVID and then you're experiencing symptoms of long COVID, then you can access these services. And within the report there are some just some details of how those services are developing across the patch. As commissioners, obviously, we'll be monitoring the outcomes and quality of these services and learning from the best and spreading that across the patch. There are some activity figures there, and as you can see, activity numbers are rising. But interestingly, talking to people who are providing these services, they feel that the demand on their services are starting to reduce. So it might just be a bit of a lag in the data. We also have COVID services set up for children and young people. The numbers are very, very small. And again, the idea is to try and combine those with other existing services. And the last update that I was requested from board is on the diagnostics and the diagnostic programme. The question was around access to diagnostics in primary care. We've got a diagnostics work stream that is set up in a network that looks at all of this. There is variation in the diagnostic access at 6 weeks, as detailed in the report, and the network is working hard to try and understand that. In the short term, we're looking at mutual aid across trusts. Some of the diagnostic challenges tend to be in certain tests, such as echocardiography, where it's quite difficult to get staff to do these tests. But as I say, there is ongoing improvement work. We've also undertaken a review of the compliance and NICE guidance of access that GPs have directly for diagnostic tests for suspected cancers. Most of our providers across the patch are compliant, and there is good access for general practice for this, but there are a few cases where this is not currently available, and the network is working hard with our place directors and providers to improve this. So I'm happy to take any questions. I know it's a bit of a mixed bag in there, but it just serves the purpose to answer some queries from board from previous meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Comments and questions? Yes, please, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Neil. That was a really good comprehensive report. My question is around post-COVID services. As you all know, as a North Eastern Yorkshire NHS lead for the service, I guess my question was around the post-COVID complications have highlighted the need for rehabilitatory care. And obviously, while we are focusing now at ICB level on prevention and reactive acute care, are we looking to develop rehabilitation services? Because I feel that there may be times ahead where we will need to have a look at rehabilitation as a whole part of healing in our patients, and that might be a gap. So are there any thoughts towards looking at rehabilitative care, which is quite intermittent across the country really, in supporting our patients?
So we will look to implement the model that's as suggested in the guidance. I think you're right that there is a need for rehabilitation. The hope is that I think that the best way forward is to integrate it with current services that we have. So that bringing those services closer together with our mainstream commissioning, then yes, we'll seek to provide rehab where it's appropriate.
Thank you. Rajesh.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Neil. Just a question on the Waiting Well project. Really, really good work. So 2 questions. The case study out there actually demonstrated that the individual didn't need surgical intervention at all, which is great. So is that a trend we are observing, or is it just something which you highlighted because it was one of those rare outcomes?
So we haven't got the full outcome data. I don't think it's not a common outcome, but Patricia's story is certainly not the only one.
Right.
Certainly there's soft intelligence that people who improve their exercise, lose a bit of weight, are actually stopping and thinking, well, maybe I could put my joint replacement surgery off for a little bit longer. So we will have much more hard data, but we thought it was useful to provide some of the qualitative stuff that we have for now.
And just another question was, I know this program was data-driven and focused on certain communities and so on, but the principles could be applicable across the board, isn't it? So any plans that this becomes part of what we do across the system while we are dealing with people preparing for surgery?
In essence, this is exactly population health management and a practical application of that. We use the data, we use the information we have on a defined population, we define an intervention, we carry it out and we monitor it. That model could actually be attributed to many things that we do. It's just, it's prioritising the areas in which we do that where we'll get the most impact. We thought this was a good area because of the excessive weights people have unfortunately been experiencing following the COVID pandemic.
Thank you, Neil. That's an excellent update for us. We move on now to item 10.5, which is on water fluoridation. And Dave Gallagher is going to present this, and with him is Kamina Shah, who's a consultant in dental public health and who's from NHS England and available to join in the discussion or answer any questions. Dave. I think you have to, yeah, it's on now.
Right, yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Apologies for that. So, yes, I've got Kamini with me here. I'm going to give a quick presentation on some of the work we're doing on oral health, and I'll put that into context, and if we've got any tricky technical questions, then Kamini will help us with that. So, just want to talk about water fluoridation within the context of the overall work that we're doing. And colleagues will remember the last time we talked about dental and oral health at the board, we talked about 3 streams for doing this. So the immediate actions to stabilise the services, the more strategic approach, and then this broader overall health oral strategy. Lots of work going on in the first part of that, the immediate actions to stabilise services, and we heard some of that earlier on. And the second part, very much work in progress. We will bring something back to board, hopefully in March. What I want to do is talk about water fluoridation as a key part of this because of an impending regional consultation on water fluoridation. So this graphic here illustrates there are a number of proven evidenced interventions to improve oral health, and interestingly on that graphic water fluoridation is in the middle of that, it's the centre of it. There are some other areas that are key to the work that we're developing, including varnishing with fluoride where needed, but also actually toothbrushing with fluoride toothpaste and health checkups, and obviously that links back to some of the immediate challenges that we've got in terms of access to some of the services. There are probably 4 key parts of good oral health that we're busy working on. One is the use of fluoride toothpaste, and we're doing some assessment to see how broadly that's being done across the North East and North Cumbria. Regular checkups, which is obviously important and has links to other parts of oral health. The use of fluoride varnish when it's needed. and we're busy doing some work on that. But the key bit we want to focus on just for today is that whole population water fluoridation. There's some national work being done on this. Thank you. Some national work being done on this. All 4 of the UK's chief medical officers are very much behind this, which demonstrates the breadth of feeling about it. And the government nationally wants to expand water fluoridation. We have some areas, and there's some areas in the northeast in Cumbria where water is naturally fluoridated, but this is about actually putting fluoride into water. The consultation, I had a question the other day when I was talking about this to one of the scrutiny committees. The consultation is not about do we stop doing fluoridation, it's actually do we want to put fluoride into most of the water. The public consultation is due to start, and it says early 2024. We'd hoped that it would have started in January. We're running out of January. It's with government, and I think the message we're getting is that this is imminent, and it will be very much on the northeast. So the northeast going first as part of this. Some parts of the northeast are already covered by fluoridation, and I'll have to stress, obviously, we cover North Cumbria. This isn't covering North Cumbria at the moment. That'll be picked up by some work in the northwest. But as the slide suggests, this scheme's to cover Northumberland, parts of County Durham, Sunderland, South Tyneside, and parts of the Tees Valley. Hartlepool in the Tees Valley already has water fluoridated. What's the importance of this? Of all the things we talk about when we talk about access to dental services, one of the key challenges is the prevalence of tooth decay, and particularly in children. This is something that is largely preventable, but it does cause huge health problems and also pressures on services that are struggling already. And water fluoridation is recognised as an effective measure to combat and prevent tooth decay. One of the key bits that sometimes doesn't get thought about is that there are a number of children who have tooth decay who then require general anaesthetics and therefore need to be admitted to hospital to have oral surgery. Putting fluoride into the water would reduce that and reduce the risks of tooth decay, but also the risks of anaesthetics that these children go through. And one of the key things that resonates completely with our health improvement strategy and reducing health inequalities is the impact is greater on those areas of higher needs. So this can actually help reduce some of the health inequalities. So the consultation, the government now has the power to introduce water fluoridation schemes subject to consultation. This was something that was latterly in the purview of local authorities. Government have taken that off local authorities, which I think is probably helpful. They can deal with this nationally. It's a consultation, it's not a referendum, so it's not asking people to vote for it. And it's a chance to provide more detail on the proposals. One of the key things in the 12-week consultation is that people are being asked to support this, and some of the questions that we've had already about is this safe or not. The levels that we're talking about are 1 part per million. In Hartlepool, where they've got natural fluoridation, it's around 1 part per million. The World Health Organization recommends a maximum of 1.5 parts per million, so it is evidence it is safe and will have a benefit. But views are being sought on that, and dependent upon the outcome, government will then look at how it implements this. So the key part, and one of the reasons for bringing it to board today, was in advance of our broader oral health strategies to give people early sight of this, to seek support from the board, but also, as this slide suggests, there are conversations with all of the directors of public health in the local authorities. It's going around health and wellbeing boards and scrutiny committees, talks with MPs and various people, including clinicians, and we're trying to engage some of the clinicians, particularly paediatricians, as part of this, but also chiefly parents and communities. So that was a quick run through this chair, really to get people sighted on this. Once the formal consultation comes out, which will be done wholly online, there'll be things in there, including people can actually go in, put the postcode in and actually see if their area has got natural fluoridation or not. So a heads up from the board, I guess asking for support in principle, and we'll need to think about how we respond as individuals, but also collectively as boards, and also probably the ICPs that we have as well.
Thanks, Dave. Well, it is one of the major public health interventions that can be done at a population level and bring huge benefit both in preventing disease and reducing health inequalities. So certainly when I was here last time, all those years ago we weren't able to achieve it because of largely for bureaucratic reasons, but it's very good that we've now got such strong support coming in. Any questions or comments anyone would like to? Tom?
Yeah, just to reiterate local support for this. As David pointed out, the shift in decision maker to the Secretary of State from local authorities took place with the revised Health and Social Care Act, having been passed to local authorities back in 2012. Local authorities across Durham, South Tyneside and Sunderland were already in very advanced stages of approaching a consultation on community water fluoridation. In fact, we were due to go to consultation during the summer of 2020, but we all know what happened during that period of time, which put pay to that particular consultation. And then since we've had the policy reform, so local authorities are in the process of either refreshing or have already refreshed their oral health strategies that cover the breadth of interventions that can take place to improve oral health. Community water fluoridation is the most cost-effective thing we can be doing, but it also goes alongside wider work on oral health promotion and work through our family hubs and our 0 to 19 services to improve oral health. So there is widespread support for this across the public health community, but also within local government as well.
Thank you. Okay, well, we note the progress and encourage further progress. I look forward to hearing what happens. Thank you very much, David. Shamina. Good. We're now on to the item on medication use and practice in the North East and North Cumbria. And Neil O'Brien is going to start us off on this. And with him is Ewan Maul, Director of Medicines and Pharmacy for the ICB. And Ewan is going to join in the questions and discussion. But then probably this is a subject which affects every single member of our 3 million population at one point or other in their lives. They'll be taking a medication of some sort, sometimes to maintain quality of life, sometimes to cure an illness, sometimes in life and death situations. And as we all know, safety, quality are absolutely vital. But also, medication is a very big area of expenditure for the ICB, so we need to make sure that that money is used not just safely and effectively, but also wisely as well. So Neil, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, I'm going to today take you through a brief presentation supported by Ewan on the broad subject that is medicines and how we use medication across the North East and North Cumbria. And what we do as a system to ensure that we consider effective prescribing, safe prescribing, cost-effective prescribing. It is quite a large agenda, but I'll give you a theme of the kind of things that we manage and what we aspire to do in the future in the medicines agenda. So the first thing is on cost. Primary care prescribing is about 10% of our total ICB budget. So this is an enormous area of cost. Now, just because it costs a lot doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Most prescriptions, we would hope, are therapeutic and they help ease people's conditions or prevent them. But there's over 7 million prescriptions a month, 630 plus pharmacies and dispensing practices across the region. There's another 400 to 500 million pounds a year spent in secondary care on medicines as well. So you tot these two together, it is a significant spend across the North East and North Cumbria. And the budget is quite volatile, and we've seen that, and I've got some data later on in the presentation that shows that supply issues with medication can actually affect the cost in which the NHS has to pay, the price that they have to pay to the suppliers to provide what would sometimes be quite routine medication can vary month on month for a number of factors. So, how do we manage the prescribing as a system? We look at formulary. We've got a single formulary now across the North East and North Cumbria, and there is a formulary working group that goes across primary and secondary care, which gives guidance to prescribers on what is the most effective and cost-effective medication. And we monitor that as well, compliance to formulary, and look at benchmarking and look at variation across prescribers. We look to try and incentivise or change behaviour to more cost-effective or effective prescribing. Any clinician can prescribe any drug in the BNF if they feel it's clinically indicated, and it is the decision of the prescriber with their patient as to what is the most effective. We're trying to support that conversation as part of quality improvement in medicines. We look to improve systems, so that's through the hard work of our medicines optimisation pharmacists that we employ and deploy through the Integrated Care Board. They work at a system level in wholesale improvement on certain prescribing areas, such as what's the best inhaler to use, what's the most cost-effective medicines to use, and they do that across the system, but also working directly within practices and within our PCNs. And then there is the ever-increasing prevention and non-pharmacological agenda. So how do we prescribe to prevent long-term ill health, and what are the consequences of that? And how can we look at non-medicines interventions to try and support the prevention agenda, so try and de-prescribe as well. This just gives you a little bit of insight into how we perform in prescribing in the spend across the North East and North Cumbria. We do have a higher spend than the England average on medicines. And that's probably not a great surprise, because what we do know is that in areas that have more areas of deprivation, then they tend to be less healthy and will require more medicines. But we do prescribe cost effectively. So the average cost per item is lower than the England average, but we prescribe lots and lots of medicines, and that is an issue for us in the North East. Again, not necessarily a bad thing. It might be completely appropriate, but the headline is we prescribe lots of medicines, but cost effectively in the North East and North Cumbria. This nationally, we work with the national team to look at areas of opportunity, and helpfully NHS England brought together a list of 16 areas that they think that we should be prioritising on, and the Medicines Committee have reviewed all of these and prioritised them across the system, looking at a mix of quality, safety and financial benefit. And they have prioritised the 5 that are listed here, which is overprescribing, improving valproate safety. Sodium valproate is a medication that is used in epilepsy, but also in some psychiatric conditions. And there's been recent safety data around prescribing this in people of childbearing age, and we've set up, and it's one of the key priorities of our Medicine Safety Committee, to ensure that we have safe prescribing for this across the North East and North Cumbria. We're also looking to focus further our work on reducing opioid use in non-cancer pain, so they're very strong painkillers such as codeine, dihydrocodeine, morphine. The appropriate use of blood glucose meters and testing strips. Again, this is related to cost, but also quality. Getting better diabetic control gives better outcomes for people. And then obtaining secondary care medicines in line with framework agreements, and that is around procurement. Now, that's not to say we're ignoring the other 11 priority areas, but these are the ones that we are looking at. We will continue improvement work on the others as the year progresses. So on overprescribing, nationally in a document it was said that 10% of medicines prescribed in primary care are pointless. which is an interesting word. Now, this means they're either not taken, not appropriate, or no longer needed. Now, as a working GP, I know the pressures that we are under, and sometimes it is very difficult when you've spent a lot of time dealing with 3 people's problems in your 10-minute consultation to then take the time and do a comprehensive medication review. And I think having the time and space to do that has been very difficult over the last few years. The workforce has been enhanced by the ever-increasing work of practice pharmacists to do comprehensive medication reviews, but one of the key aims of that is to reduce some of this pointless medication. But if we could do that, if we could reduce overprescribing, it would reduce hospital admissions, it would reduce adverse outcomes. The NHS has the same carbon footprint as Denmark, and 25% of this is actually attributed to medicines in both their production, supply, moving around, all that kind of thing. There's obviously the cost reductions, reductions in the health inequalities. As detailed in this slide, there is huge benefits to trying to manage and reduce over-prescribing. The problem is that prescribing is very quick and easy to do. And often when you're faced with a patient in front of you who has a problem, the desire of the clinician is to do something about that. And sometimes the lack of availability of other interventions, such as very long secondary care waiting lists, lack of non-pharmacological alternatives such as counselling in people with mental health problems. The pressures in general practice, limited times to do medication reviews, and then when we moved more appointments to virtual appointments, what was seen during COVID is that antibiotic prescribing actually went up. So is there something in the way in which we are now consulting that could could actually be affecting our prescribing behaviours? So there's a lot that this slide seeks to try and just get some understanding, and that there is a complex range of things surrounding the prescribing decision that, if we made improvements in them, could actually lead to reductions in the amount of items that we are giving out, and therefore seeing some of the benefits from the previous slide on the reduced morbidity and hospital admissions. But again, remember, not all prescribing is bad. It is good and bad. It's getting that balance right. This slide just shows graphically that we are, as I've said, higher prescribers by volume. But what I'd like to, and this looks at comparator integrated care boards, and the last column on the right is the England average. So as you can see from this, then we do have, the blue bar demonstrates the percentage of patients taking more than 10 medicines, and we are above the England average for that. The orange bar, though, shows the growth. And our growth is much less than the England average, which would suggest that the work that our clinicians, medicines optimization teams have been doing is actually starting to have some impact. We want to further build on that by looking at developing a comprehensive overprescribing strategy. This will form part of the wider ICB clinical strategy, and there's lots of detail that sits over this, but it's about engaging the system, further work on formulas and guidance, further work on rolling out evidence-based practice and engagement with the public that will empower the more progress on this agenda. I wanted to mention medicines supply. It is a problem for the entire country. This year there's been double the supply problems that there were in 2022, and it currently affects 10% of all prescribed medicines at any one time. Now, both clinicians and the public alike get equally frustrated with this. It causes quite a lot of work in that we have to look for alternatives. That generates anxiety in patients as well, who are used to taking a certain kind of medication, and they have to, for a short period of time, switch to something else. And there's also the cost as well, which often, when I'll demonstrate in my next slide, just give you an idea of how much it cost our system in the last year. Now, why does it happen? And it's quite complex why this happens. There have been supply issues around the COVID pandemic, affected supply, geopolitical reasons, fuel prices, which affect the cost. Brexit did actually have an impact on this, and changes in the way in which we prescribe medicines and increased demand. A good example for that is the new weight loss medication, the GLP-1 Ozempic. There was suddenly a huge demand privately for that, for people who were wanting to lose weight, and those patients who were on it for their diabetes could no longer access it. So there's lots of different things that will prescribe the availability of medicines to the NHS that we try and horizon scan for and try and support our prescribers when they often come out of the blue and quite quickly and can be very disruptive. There's been other notable examples on HRT and ADHD medications recently and certain antidepressants, and these are not easy medications to switch around and give substitutes for, so it is very disruptive. So managing the shortages does require significant resources, both from the ICB and prescribers. Now this next slide just shows you how much it cost us. Cost concessions, which are the temporary higher prices for medicines in short supply, over the last year cost the ICB £15 million. Now, so managing a budget for medicines when you have such variation, which you are unable to plan for, is just one of the factors where sometimes there is quite a swing in the prescribing budget. I wanted to mention medicines safety, and this is an infographic from the WHO. I'm sure Liam is very familiar with it. But we have set up a new system-wide medicines safety group, and that's got representation from all sectors of healthcare. And I've already mentioned that the main focus of that group currently is to look at the sodium valproate guidance, but also in reducing the harmful prescribing of opioid painkillers across our patch is a key priority. The group's developing a work plan which will look at a range of medicine safety, but they are the two issues that we are focusing on initially. Now, I do want to try and celebrate some of our success in the North East and North Cumbria, and this is some infographics on our campaign for reducing opioid prescribing. Not that long ago, the North East and North Cumbria topped the table, unfortunately, in the prescribing of strong opioid painkillers or high-dose opioid painkillers in the country. There's been quite focused work, again, by our medicines team, public engagement, great work from comms, clinical leadership from Graham Sires up in Northumberland and others, and the figures speak for themselves. In 2018, we had 8,256 people who were on high-dose opioids, and this is reduced down to 3,804, a 54% reduction. So we've moved from the highest prescriber down to the 78th centile. Still more work to do, but it was a great example of how, with engagement with the public, good campaigns, advice for prescribers, informing the public, actually can make a big impact on safety. And again, we'll be looking for further work on that in the months to come. Shared care. Sam has already mentioned this as an issue in her Chief Exec's report, so I'll not spend too much time on this, but it is causing an impact on prescribers. More and more conditions are amenable to more complex treatments that require more complex monitoring. This puts workload restraints on both secondary care and primary care. And we, as the ICB, are looking to bring those parties together to ensure patients get safe prescribing and access to these treatments. But we will need to do more work in this area in the months to come. I want to mention prevention. The North East and North Cumbria tops the charts in hitting the treatment targets for high blood pressure and cholesterol management across England. We've got very dedicated clinicians out in the community trying to prescribe these medications along with medications for diabetes and blood thinners to prevent serious illness. That obviously comes to a short-term cost, but what we need to remember are the long-term outcome improvements for people, and it's balancing that short-term cost with those longer-term outcomes, which is what we need to try and strive for. And then also trying to think about new medications, but what non-pharmacological things can we do? There's a lot of prescribing for what people will call our lifestyle issues. Can we look at commissioning alternatives to that, which are more cost effective and don't possibly have the side effect of medications? I wanted to mention research and innovation, which is another area. This is a forum that's in its infancy. What we're looking to do is engage with the pharmaceutical and medical technology industries to try and horizon scan, find out what's coming over the hill, and also what can we do to try and promote innovation and its implementation. And we're doing this with Health Innovation North East across our patch. There is a medicines optimization strategy which is in development, and it will reflect our aspirations for the years to come. We're using a system-wide approach, looking at improving effectiveness, safety, quality and efficiency of medicines, which will be fully engaged upon, and we will bring and be informed by behavioural insights work, and we'll bring that to a future board. I've just left this because I have mentioned medicines are good and bad. There are, and this thought-provoking image tries to demonstrate that. I'm happy to take any questions with the support of my able friend Ewan. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you very much, Neil. Could I ask the clinicians on the board if they want to add anything? Syra, Mike, Rajesh?
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Neil. That was very thought-provoking and very much indicative of, I think, what we experience clinically on a daily basis. I think I was quite intrigued by the primary care spend, because as we know, the primary care spend is complicated, as it's not just the individual clinician prescribing, but rather recommendations from those that are providing holistic care for our patients as well. So I think I'd be quite interested in knowing the breakdown of the primary care spend, Neil, just to understand how much of it is from GPs and ANPs as opposed to other healthcare professionals impacting on our prescribing in primary care. But yeah, lifestyle and prevention is definitely key, isn't it, rather than early intervention and reactive care.
Mike?
A really interesting presentation, Neil. I reflect particularly upon the overall size of the budget and the suggestion that investment is needed. It shows that there is definitely money that we are spending, and if we invest and we can get that down, we can get that money repaid several-fold. In my practice, we've in the last 5 years, we've gone from 1 part-time pharmacist to 3 full-time pharmacists and a pharmacy technician. They add such great value, and it makes that's how those reductions in opioids have happened. It's a lot of their hard work that make all that difference. One other example, you mentioned sustainability as well. So there was a focus in the last couple of years on reducing high carbon inhalers. So inhalers that contain a lot of carbon emissions. And in the last, just looking at the data now, there's been about a 30% reduction in high carbon inhaler usage, which is probably about 1% of the overall NHS carbon emissions have been reduced in the last 2 years through that intervention alone. So these investments can really make a difference. Finally, you highlighted the point that often it's the non-pharmacological options that are missing that force us to prescribe. And it frustrates me time and again when I'm consulting with patients with mental health problems where they're very keen to explore the non-pharmacological routes, talking therapies, but because of the wait, they just feel so desperate that they reach for the prescription, and then it's a long-term prescription that turns into. So yeah, so any investment we can make into those non-pharmacological routes will be welcomed.
Thank you. Tom, No, so, oh, sorry, Rajesh. I thought you shook your head. You did. Okay.
Can I just to respond to the antidepressant, we are unfortunately, I think, are we the highest ICB in the country on antidepressant prescribing. Now there'll be many reasons for that, but one of them will be access to non-pharmacological treatments. However, I don't have the data to hand to say that our region is any worse than any other area, but it certainly will be contributing to it, and it is an area that we want to focus on, certainly in the mental health strategy and also in meds optimisation.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I think you answered the first question, that the outcomes for this should be linked in with our clinical strategy, and clearly with the major condition strategy, anxiety, depression being a big one. The second question I had was, and it's probably there in your priorities, the 16 priorities, but you haven't said anything about people with learning disabilities and prescribing, and sometimes over-prescribing in that group, which has been a national agenda, the STOMP agenda, for quite some time. So any reflections on where we are as a system on that area, or any priorities that we need to be aware of?
Yes, so interestingly, that wasn't one of the 16 national medicines optimisation opportunities that NHS England gave us, but we know that it is a problem. We know that we haven't made the progress that we could and should have made over the last few years, so it is still a very significant issue. I think it is, like lots of the other issues around prescribing, so multifaceted, and the prescribing is described in the presentation as a pressure valve. It's the outlet of the failure of lots of other parts of the system to do it. So I think we along with lots of other things, we can't look at the prescribing in isolation as the problem. It is the manifestation of much wider problems. So I think I would probably reflect that some of that work on over-prescribing in that population has probably stalled a bit and probably needs a bit of a kickstart again. So it's not in one of those top 5 priorities because it wasn't in the list that NHS England gave us, but absolutely it's an area we should be looking at more.
Could I ask... this might be one for you and might be one for you, Neil. If you were to pick either looking at it by type of drug or type of disease or demographic group, if you were to look at the areas where you think most savings could be achieved whilst maintaining the same level of quality or even improving it, what would those areas be?
So I think it would be, I think looking at type of drug is difficult because there's inherently no bad drug. You know, the drugs that are there that are licensed available for use are suitable for some people in some conditions. I think the slide that you saw on polypharmacy, people taking more than 10 medicines, we know that there's a prescribing cascade effect. So you start one medicine, it causes a side effect, and that prompts another medicine, and so on and so on. That to me feels like the area. So we should be looking at the patients who are over-prescribed, who are taking too many medicines, rather than any particular clinical condition or any particular drug. The problem is, as Neil said in the presentation, with the amount of pressure on access and getting people through and waiting list initiatives and all this sort of stuff, the time to actually sit down with a patient for 45 minutes and talk this stuff through with them is just far too limited in the system. And that's the only intervention that really helps to address that level of polypharmacy.
I mean, that being said, there are some disease areas that are very high cost areas where there may well be the opportunity cost may be greater. So diabetic drugs, a lot of those are very expensive, and we've got a increasing prevalence of diabetes across the patch. So we know by disease area how much we spend in those areas, and the medicines optimisation team do actively look for opportunities within that. But some of the big hitting disease areas will be where the greatest opportunity are, as well as the polypharmacy agenda.
Okay, thank you. David Chandler.
You've sort of answered the question I was going to ask around diabetes drugs, so I won't ask that one. But just a general question you might know the answer to. It came up the other day in a finance meeting, which was, we know in primary care, most GPs have access to systems that will tell them the most appropriate drug from a cost-effective point of view as well, in real time. And we were just wondering, do we know, do other doctors have access to that, secondary care? Do they have access to similar systems that enable to support that?
Yes, it's a good question. The systems that are available in primary care aren't linked through to real-time prices. So if somebody is prescribing in general practice and they get an alert to say, actually, there's a cheaper alternative to that, that's a manual process that our team does in the background. And so every month as prices change, we have to look and say, well, actually, that one's gone up by 10 times, so we need to put this in. So there isn't anything that is a dynamic link through to real-time prices. And secondary care, there's a multitude of systems that are used for prescribing. Some trusts are still prescribing on paper, and so there is. So the short answer to that is no, there is no system that prompts them to do that.
Graham.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just thinking about the challenge that clinicians have with looking at patients' medication regimes. Mike Smith and myself were at an event yesterday looking at the use of artificial intelligence, and I'm wondering if some form of AI could help support the clinicians, given the time pressures that they have, to do that review in a sort of novel way. I'm just making this up as I'm talking, but it seemed like a use case that we almost touched on yesterday, and it might be something we could build upon.
Go ahead, Mike.
I certainly think there's significant possibilities to be much more efficient in our approach to optimizing medicines with artificial intelligence. However, I think, as Ewan pointed out, that for a lot of these, the biggest intervention is going to be clinical time with a patient to explain that, to talk through the changes and to make the changes, and that is our current bottleneck, as it were.
David Perdue.
Thank you. I suppose it was around the multiple prescribing and the links with falls. And kind of, have we done some analysis of kind of falls prevention with kind of multiple polypharmacy?
I've certainly seen some data, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ewan, I think I've read about 30% of falls admissions are actually polypharmacy contributes to that. And when I've had discussions with our medical directors across the patch, talking to them about key interventions that would actually improve patient safety, they all come up with polypharmacy, because it has the impacts that we've mentioned. It doesn't often, the medication, 10% of it is pointless. It's not adding anything to the patient care. So if we can get better at that, you will reduce the harm without actually affecting the course of someone's clinical conditions. So it's a very high contributing factor.
Could I just raise the general subject of pharmacosurveillance, because it is a concept that's very widely embedded in a lot of healthcare systems, being able to look at population level how drugs are prescribed or what drugs are prescribed and so on. But I've been very impressed on the couple of occasions I've asked for very specific data from you, and it's come incredibly quickly, and it's very if you want it to be granular, you can get it down to practice level very, very quickly. And the two that I asked for, one was a safety concern where a long-standing safety concern of strong higher dose methotrexate being prescribed for patients with arthritis and things, and the high dose is generally strongly discouraged, and we showed that it was in use. And then there was a recent coroner's report suggesting a drug interaction, and we got in another part of the country, we got the data here within hours, really. And but the trouble is that if you're going to have surveillance to look not just at safety, but looking at outliers and compliance, you've got to have somebody at the dashboard and looking at the data, and the digital side could help enormously with that. But I think it's back to this question that you have to, the way Mike was saying that pharmacists more involved in his practice, you have to get rid of this idea that it's only clinical staff that matter. There's huge opportunities in added value functions like that, which would be ridiculed by some journalists as wasting public money. But that whole area, I think, of better data, feedback, looking for outliers, looking for compliance with best practice, looking for safety, it would probably save a lot of lives, and also quality of care would rise money would be reduced or better spent anyway.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. And what you're alluding to is how we can become more intelligent as a system. It's often knowing the data's there. It's often knowing what key questions to ask. And there are two great examples. I remember when we had a discussion around the methotrexate, I was relatively confident, well, I'm sure we're not prescribed, but actually we are. And it was a small number. But it's having that ability to know what the key questions are and ask them, because, as you say, when the questions are asked, we can provide the data very quickly.
Okay, well, maybe that's something we should look at in the context of an overall programme on quality and safety, I think, too. Yeah. Eileen, sorry, you want to come in.
It just seems a timely moment to remind the board that in our region we have investment in a patient safety collaboration. It's actually led by a pharmacist, Professor Andy Husband, and they've got a number of areas of work which include rational medicines use. So often my role seems to be about thinking about having a world of practice and a world of people who are evidence generators and gatherers and evaluators, and working out how to make sure that those two worlds come together. So it would be very helpful to just make sure that, I mean, I think you are well connected with Andy Husband and that great big enterprise, but useful to make sure that those links are well firm.
Yeah, I think there's 4 work streams on that, and I think I'm on the steering group for 2 of those 4 work streams. So yeah, well connected into that.
And just on the opioid deprescribing, again, to reference Cormac Ryan, again, Ewan is linked into the work Cormac was doing, trying to reduce opioid prescribing for chronic back pain and etc. And that's work that the Health Innovation Network and ARC and Partners in Practice have been doing together for some time.
Kath, I don't want to spring this subject on you, but just in general terms, what do you think about the quality organisation of prescribing in the social care sector? There must be a lot of it, particularly in the care homes.
So I don't know because I'm not the
No,
representing
but just in general
services,
terms,
but,
your impression.
I think certainly some of the issues that were highlighted there in terms of difficulties in prescribing challenges, we're seeing some of the results of that in our schools, in particular with behaviours and patterns of behaviours that are causing our teaching staff some concerns. I can get an update from the DAS representative if that would be helpful in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of, I suppose, the integration discussions, whether some of the systems in social care can help us and whether we can help you with some of our systems. And maybe that's an example of quite a nice interface.
Yeah, and I think there's some opportunities, isn't there, in terms of widening the skills of some of our workforce in particular areas that would assist with that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, any other points on this interesting item? Very good. Thank you very much to Neil and Ewan in particular for all the background work that you're doing on this. Thank you. Right, we're on now to, I think, the questions from the... Oh, there's the questions from the public? Are we... Oh, yeah, no, it's a lunch break first and then the question from the... Well, we do the question from the public now. I've started it. Why not?
I can confirm that we have had no questions from the public.
Right, so our final item is the discussion on the Newcastle on Tyne Hospitals Foundation Trust, and we have that after lunch. So we break for lunch now, and if you could please be back by 1:45.
Test, test, test.
Well, welcome back, everybody. And our final item is to discuss the Care Quality Commission report on the Newcastle Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust and the work that's being done to address the criticisms and concerns in the Trust report. And I'm very pleased to welcome Professor Kath McCourt, the Interim Chair of the Trust, and Sir James Mackey, the Chief Executive of the Trust. And they're going to give a short presentation and then we'll have discussion. But before we start, I'll invite Sam to introduce the item from the ICB perspective. David Perdue may want to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Sir Liam, and welcome Kath and Jim to the board today. We're really pleased that you are here, and certainly so soon after the publication of the report, and also to hear about all the steps and actions that you've been taking with colleagues at the Newcastle Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust since the publication of the CQC report. Just a couple of things I want to say really, which is the Trust certainly has the full support of the system in terms of taking swift action and steps, and I'm hope that you've certainly felt supported by the Integrated Care Board, both in the lead up to the publication of the report and following that. And whilst inevitably the report is totally focused on Newcastle Hospitals Foundation Trust from a wider health and care system perspective, and as a board, we are as equally interested in the learning for us as a system, and inevitably I'm sure others elsewhere will also be, both in terms of the culture, the governance and the leadership. And as a board, whilst we've got a particular role to support you as an organisation to make the improvements for staff and patients at the hospital and our wider communities, we really do want to seize the opportunity to consider the broader learning across health and care. And no doubt issues of culture and leadership are areas that are being and will continue for some time to be closely examined and widely reported on, not just in the NHS but also the wider public sector. So we're looking forward to hearing that. And I think equally, if there are any other immediate actions or steps we need to take from a system perspective in order to ensure that we are using all of the information available to us, both the quantitative and the qualitative, to ensure that services across the North East and North Cumbria are actively listening, working on a sort of methodology of continuous improvement, and are focused on meeting the needs of our local population. And within that, recognising that the vast majority of our staff who work in our NHS services and our institutions are also local residents as well. And what we want are the conditions to enable them to thrive, and also for them to be able to work within an environment that respects them, that provides them with ample opportunity, not just to excel clinically and really deliver the best possible patient experience, but also the type of organisation of the culture where we can retain their services and really continue to build upon them. So whilst I'm sure we won't be going into the specifics of the report, we'll be talking more about the themes and hearing about the steps and actions you've been taken. I also think it's the opportunity for us as a system to reflect on the wider learning and the further steps that we need to take.
Thanks, Sam. David, did you want to add anything? Oh. So over to you, Kath and Jim.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed, and good afternoon, everyone. As you've heard, I'm the acting interim chair at the moment in the Trust. And I have to just say thank you to Liam and to Sam, who very quickly got in touch with me, have given me a lot of support and guidance in this period of time. As you can imagine, the Trust is, I think it oscillates from being very, very bruised to absolute determination to fix whatever has gone wrong. So I think if you are in the Trust or you're around Newcastle, you will feel some of that disappointment, sometimes embarrassment, but more so the energy and the enthusiasm to get things fixed. So thank you for inviting us this afternoon. I'm sure you all know Sir Jim. I probably don't need to introduce him to anyone around this table. We have got some slides. Are they just here? And we're going to run through a number of things this afternoon. So we'll give you a quick update on the CQC report, the findings and the action that has taken place so far, and a general oversight on some of our performance issues. Also, we have, in the last 4 weeks, while Jim has been absolutely in post, we have been getting our money's worth out of him. And I have to say, and to acknowledge to Northumbria Healthcare, that they allowed Jim to work with us for a few weeks before the beginning of the year. And that was most important, I think, to start setting the scene for the future. We have some significant learning that has taken place immediately, and I think we definitely have some long-term learning issues that we would be happy to share, if not today, then on other occasions, and the next steps that we plan to take. On the next slide, I think Jim's going to talk us through the CQC update on where we actually are. Jim.
Thanks, Kat. So just to add to what Kat said, we were working in anticipation of publication from sort of 1st of December or so, when around the time Kath was appointed chair, and there's a big move in the organisation to just make sure we anticipated the issues. A lot of them had been well trailed and started to get ahead of implementation, correction, recovery, you know, the action plan, and etc. I would also say that some of these slides are taken from a standard slide that we're using around the organisation just for transparency and consistency. So I want everyone to get broadly the same message. We've used them in staff roadshows, MSc briefing, matron conversations, the day one briefing, etc., etc. So there's obviously slightly different feel for it today, but there's a very strong consistency of message, just so that everybody's really clear what's happened, what we're doing about it, the pace at which we're moving as well. When you look at the reports overall, first of all, I would say it's a very, very hard read. And it's a very hard read if you've spent a lot of time working in Newcastle. So Kath and I have seen an awful lot of upset, frustration, embarrassment, anger, you know, all those things. They're natural emotions which you'd expect people to see, especially when you look at some of the detailed comments about specific services, but more importantly, the cultural and behavioural things, which will be, you know, the things in the end that will require most focus over a longer period of time. The ratings overall, you'll be aware, RI overall, mainly because of inadequate in the well-led domain. Having a standalone report is quite an unusual thing as well. So the report into adult cardiothoracic surgery is an unusual thing, a very, very hard read also. And then also that being followed through with licence conditions is a really, you know, significant step. So this is an unusual set of circumstances. The organisation's taken it very seriously. There was quite an effort before Christmas and just after Christmas, just to make sure everybody understood the impact of it, the seriousness of it, and that it wasn't something that could be shaken off as normal. The headline rating overall is what nearly every organisation has in the country of RI. It's not acceptable for an organisation like Newcastle that everybody's dependent on to have that kind of rating. And a really significant drop from last time, having been rated outstanding twice. When you go through the reports, you know, because it's so big, there's an awful lot of evidence stacked in it. It is quite hard to lose the real kind of core messages in it. So what we're just constantly trying to explain to people, there's a range, which we'll touch on in a minute, of sort of technical stuff, stuff in my view that should have been fixed on the day it was found. It shouldn't really happen. Does often happen in these sorts of processes, gets fixed quite quickly, right through to really deep-seated cultural things that will take an awful lot of time and effort to deal with. Fundamentally, CQC weren't comfortable with how the organisation was being led, run, governed, and staff largely drove that for them, with concerns about especially their safety at work, their ability to speak up, raise concerns, have them acted upon. So that really, in a nutshell, is the thing. The licence condition is about an effective governance system, which again can sound boring, but really is the thing that enables a very large public organisation to be governed safely, and staff to feel safe, and patients therefore be safe in that environment.
So when you run through, you know, loads of stuff in there about cardiothoracics, obviously, disappointingly, a series of reports over the years, same broadly, similar things, quite a complicated set of circumstances, as is often the case, very high risk area, very combustible from an emotion point of view, you know, very highly charged, largely about dysfunctional relationships and the impact of that. No significant cause for concern yet in outcome data, and we've been very clear with clinical colleagues that that is the case, and we've been through recently with Sam and national colleagues just to make sure that that is still the case. But those kinds of relationships are a very reliable indicator of safety and outcome problems in the future. So it needs dealing with and dealing with at pace. Another thing that sort of stemmed out of the cardiac issue to a more broad issue in the organisation was this thing about incident reporting, people feeling confident to raise issues, them being escalated appropriately, then dealt with accordingly, and spinning off from that examples of people who felt they'd been punished for raising issues and therefore were unlikely to report in the future, and has discouraged others to report as well. So that was a lot of the whistleblower activity. It was a very long process for the organisation to go through as well, about a year to have various levels of CQC interaction. A lot of that, I think, was driven by concerns about defensiveness and denial. I think that's going to be one of the key learnings for us as a system when we unpack this thing. It's natural for regulatory bodies to expect a degree of openness and acceptance of the issues, organisations to know what the issues are. Nobody expects everything to be perfect. But when you get a bit of pushback and resistance to the issues, it does always make you concerned about whether the organisation can actually confront them, deal with them, and move on to improve. So quite a long process. Worth also emphasising that during the inspection period, the fundamental mechanics of how the organisation worked changed with a transition from quite a simple, old-fashioned directorate system into a more modern clinical board structure. And there was naturally quite a lot of confusion for people in that process about how things worked, who was in charge, how to report things, you know, etc. So working hard to make sure that that gets embedded, developed, settled down as quickly as possible. And then naturally out of this, it does raise questions about board oversight, escalation of risks, the committee structure, you know, all those things that will be are being acted upon, but are part of the learning. It's also really important to emphasise, as a note, the place is full of brilliant things and brilliant people. So it's really necessary that we accept and deal with these things, but also caring was rated as good, and lots of wonderful things happen there every day. And the fundamentals of the organisation in terms of the people there who are working there every day is still fantastic and amazing thing to see, and a really big thing for us to build on in the future. And then just quickly on a couple of the technical things as well. So again, without going through all the detail in the report, there's 107 must-dos, which is again very unusual. It's very big burden then in terms of keeping track of everything and making sure everything gets fixed accordingly. So I've said ranges right from the one extreme, things that shouldn't happen but often do, they get fixed that day, right through to very long-standing cultural issues that will take some time to fix. The nectar service was rated inadequate. In my view, that gets fixed or somebody else provides it to a better standard quite quickly. So we're aiming on that being completely fixed by the end of March. In itself, that's a combination of simple procedural matters, quite complicated medical workforce issues at the other end of the spectrum as well. In cardiac surgery, some of the fundamental safety processes that have been well established internationally for a long time not being complied with. Again, no immediate cause for concern in the outcome data, but that's just a matter of when. When colleagues aren't complying with MDTs fully, they're not functional MDTs, behaviour isn't appropriate, it will produce a safety problem at some point. In the culture, bullying, toxicity issues that have been referred to several times came through very, very strongly and as part of the really hard stuff to read. And all that gives you concern about how the organisation is governed, led, how risks are escalated and dealt with. And then just quickly on just general oversight, the organisation has also been struggling a bit with some day-to-day performance issues, as everybody is, but has created cause for concern in elective care and cancer, so it's been escalated. There's a bit of an underlying financial issue, again, which isn't completely uncommon, but is unusual in Newcastle and a big shift from a few years ago. And throughout this process and through conversations with ICB colleagues since before Christmas and just after, we're all on heightened alert about things like incident reporting and making sure that when something happens, it is reported appropriately, people are dealing with it appropriately, etc., which we've, I think we can feel it tightening up and becoming more systematised, but it's a very large organisation, so that will take a bit of time as well. It's worth emphasising also, and we're doing this very consistently in the organisation, that you can feel the burden of everybody relying on us. So I was very aware of this in my Northumbria life with a lot of pathways ending up in Newcastle and feeling how hard it was to get patients into certain services under a lot of pressure. It's been very clear with city partners that there's a lot riding on this for the city as well, and we've got to take that seriously as well as a major employer. And it has implications for our general freedoms, ability to act, etc. as well. So I'll hand over to Kath again in a second now, just when we talk about governance. We've taken the view that when you talk about governance, it can mean lots of things to different people. It can be as simple as incident reporting, or it can be how the organisation is governed in the round. And we're going to take the opportunity to reset how the organisation is run generally and the whole governance system. Whether we can fix all that in 28 days, given that we're halfway through that already, feels a bit much, but we're going to have a go. And I think a clinical colleague said to me just before I left the building there earlier on, there's a really big opportunity in all this to just correct an awful lot of things in one go now. So we're going to really go for it. So I'll just hand over to Kath again now.
Thanks, Jim. As Jim says, there are lots to do. And real opportunity to try and fix things in a much better way. We have looked very carefully at the board and the committees and their functionality and are they doing the job we wanted them to do. And we will make some, and have already made some significant changes. The Quality Committee has been dealing with quite a large agenda and really it's needs to just focus on the quality issues rather some of the digital and technology ones as well. And so we're going to establish a digital technology committee and take some of that away from the Quality Committee so that they can focus much more clearly on the key aspects of quality within the organisation. We also are going to establish a much stronger governance and assurance committee, which appears to have dropped off the agenda in the recent past. But it is more about structures and behaviours throughout all of this. And we can't just fix one aspect and leave the other aspect not being fixed. And also there is an opportunity to simplify it so that it's clear for people to explain to other colleagues and that it isn't sort of surrounded in secrecy or too confusing for anybody to even feel like bothering with. The establishment of the stronger 8 divisions in the organisation has made it clearer for, I think, the executive team to be able to pass messages much clearer through the organisation. So the 8 new clinical boards or units, sometimes we oscillate between different terminology, we're not quite sure yet, will be much easier for messages to be conveyed and for standardisation and commonality of the way in which things are being dealt with. having had 21, I think, directorates, this is a different way of working for people, and they need to know who they have to speak to about different matters, and also the cross-cutting themes that we need to have around finance, HR, and one or two other issues. So I think that simplification and streamlining is really going to be important. And I think making sure that that is acceptable to the CQC is an important aspect, and hopefully we're doing that with our regular communication with the CQC. And we also have the value circle in helping us work on some of those aspects as well. So we're seeking advice and guidance from others, sharing that very, very regularly. But we do have a timeline that we are determined to meet before the end of the month.
Thanks, Kath. And just on the clinical board things, again, it's a very rational model in a large healthcare organisation to have this kind of system. It wasn't the case in Newcastle until a few years ago. It was done at a tricky time post-COVID, in a bit of a rush, and understandable now when you look back that it created a degree of uncertainty. It's very hard to see how you could run the place without them, given how large it is. And some of the clinical boards are larger than trusts in their own right. Several thousand people, several £100 million worth of public money being spent. So big effort already gone into that so far to get them embedded, the relationships with the exec team and the board, make sure there's coherence across the organisation, etc., etc. And I have to say a lot of enthusiasm from those colleagues as well to deal with the issues in hand. So we've been a bit busy in the last few weeks. It does feel like we've done sort of 2 years' work in the last 8 weeks or so, especially this last few weeks where it has felt really, really frenetic at times. Kath started before Christmas with some board sessions on risk, hotspots, etc., getting the NEDs to a point where everyone understood what the issues were, a lot of engagement with partners, etc. We did a day one briefing with leaders in the organisation to just be very clear on a lot of this content, what the issues were, what was going to happen with publication, what was going to have to be happening over the next few weeks, etc. First week was really about trying to get everybody aware, raise the atmosphere in the place, make sure everybody knew what we're going to have to be dealing with, and fundamentally see what kind of appetite was there for people to grasp the nettle and sort things out. I have to say the response has been fantastic, so that, especially from clinical and operational people, the enthusiasm, the will, the pride, the appetite to get a hold of issues and get on and fix them has been really palpable. Kath and I attended a medical staff committee on week 2, which had about 200 people in the room. There's about 1,000 senior medics. There's about 500 online at one point, so a really big proportion of the medical staff. Big matron sessions. We're doing road shows. At the minute, 3 road shows. We've had probably 700 people that. Do a couple of virtual ones tomorrow again, which were very, very well attended. So I would say as well in all this, we haven't really had any of these engagements where staff have said, I absolutely don't accept that, I absolutely don't recognise that. There's an awful lot of consistency, recognition of the issues, a bit of frustration about how hard it's been to deal with. I've noticed in the conversation we haven't mentioned technology, but in MSc maybe 2/3 of the conversation was about frustration with technology and the way the EPR had been deployed, etc. So when we talk about learning later on, there's an awful lot to unpack to make sure that others don't fall into the same trap. So this is an ongoing process, moving at pace with support from outside through Value Circle and another couple of colleagues to basically just make sure we can deal with the issues quickly, get the response to CQC, but importantly move on in terms of how the organisation is developed. And then just finally, there is a lot of learning in all this has already been mentioned. We had a good discussion at the Chief Exec's meeting in the ICB a couple of weeks ago. We'll have a session that provide a leadership board as well to help just unpack and make sure everybody's able to share in confidence where they are and learn wherever appropriately. This is a really important part of public oversight and accountability. So, I think it's a good thing that it's been done so quickly after publication as well, when it's so fresh in everybody's mind. I think in my mind there's a lot in here about being curious, looking for benchmarks, trying to find the best. The North East is quite a small, closed place. It's very easy to be locked off from other parts of the country and other parts of the world. But you know, in an environment that should be all about excellence, we really need to be seeking out examples from elsewhere to make sure we can find them, copy them, match them, and beat them, which is what we'll be trying to do in this next period. So, Kath, do you want to do the final bit?
Yeah. Just to mention about the board, we have already planned a whole year of development for the board. We're doing a very rapid skills assessment of our board members, particularly the non-execs, because it's quite clear that we have some areas that we could develop and need current and relevant skills that perhaps aren't around the table. So that's going to be one of the big things that we do in the next couple of months, is to look for further non-execs with particular skills in order to ensure that the board is as robust as it needs to be. So the next steps, we've mentioned the CQC confirming what we've done, the approach to the notice of decision, and hopefully as well, as soon as we can persuade CQC and come back to re-inspect us, but when we know we are ready for that. So it's going to be a balancing act. We know that we've got to drive the agenda and make sure that staff are with us on all of this. The financial and the performance, we've brought in extra staff at this very senior level to help manage that and ensure that we are in a better performance and financial position before the end of the year. And definitely the governance leadership and the work with the clinical boards is an essential component of making those things fixed. Cardiac, as there's probably not a day that we don't think or talk about the cardiac situation, and it is a complex situation involving patients, staff, outside agencies, etc., trainees, and we try to continually move us in the right direction in relation to the cardiac unit. I think Jim's already mentioned the learning. I think we will continue having reflections about the learning, what we could have done better, what we should be doing as well. And I think really ensuring that everybody in the organisation is accountable for their actions. I don't know if you want to add anything, Jim.
No, thanks, Kath. Happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you very much. It's really impressive the amount of turning round you've already done, and obviously a long but important pathway ahead of you for the next year or so. Kath, maybe I could start with you. I mean, because we're interested in not just in hearing what you're doing, but also in what others in the system might learn from what you're doing, but from what happened. If you look back at the genesis of the things that went wrong, what do you think other boards could learn from your experience in Newcastle?
I think there's some very probably simplistic things that perhaps we didn't always ask the right questions, or we didn't get the right answers, or we got answers that perhaps we didn't pursue to ensure that we knew the complete answer to a question. Perhaps some of the formulation that we had gone through over the last 4 to 5 years in relation to the way in which the board managed their committees, I think some of that could have been stronger and more robust. But I think I think the overlay of that is that we have gone through a very, very difficult time if we look back over the COVID situation, and that's not to use it as an excuse. I think we have had a very small executive team which have worked extremely hard, and the board has worked hard, but perhaps they haven't had any downtime to reflect on that learning or development, or to be more creative and innovative about how the organisation's been run. But I'm sure if you invite me back later, I'll be able to give you even more reasons why I think the board and the organisation is in the position that it's in.
Okay, I'm sure others will want to come in, but just a couple more things. There were two things we were talking about earlier, which I'd be interested in your thoughts on. And one is that there is clearly a concept of organisational culture, but there's also many clinical areas which each have their own culture, sometimes a very closed culture. And the tendency in particularly teaching centres and places with tertiary services that like you've got is for silos to develop. Now, in a way, a silo is a good thing because you want them to be absolute super specialists in their technical area, but also going with that is a kind of clubby type culture which sometimes goes wrong and you don't always spot it. So that was the first thought, whether there's anything about approaching this which tries to break open all of the subcultures as well as the culture of the organisation, and whether you can ever hope to harmonise across so many tightly knit groups.
Well, I mean, it is a huge organisation, Newcastle Hospitals, and inevitably we do have small units that collectively work together and often don't seek advice or guidance from outside. I think one of the real advantages of the North East, and it's also a disadvantage, is that we have a very static workforce. So often people can be working in a department or part of the organisation for literally the whole of their career. And so often it's quite difficult for people from outside to break into that. But it also doesn't always give opportunity for people to think about things in a different way. So there's no real challenge to the thought pattern. Often the thought pattern is exactly the same because people have the same legacy, the same history, and don't always have some of that stretch factor of looking at other things. And if you're getting on with your daily job, you're doing the thing you like to do, why would you need to talk to someone else? So those silos can very quickly become really enclosed rather than the open sharing that we're hoping to see with the clinical boards, where we've grouped different activities together in order that the richness of those debates and conversations are much more prominent. Not sure if that completely answers your question.
No, I don't think there is a perfect answer at all. But Jim, did you want to think?
Yeah, just to add to what Kat said, it's a very large organisation. Most health organisations you'd expect to have different cultures in different parts, different sites, different departments, variance on a theme, but there has to be a consistency of values and standards and expectations, and we have to work hard at that across the organisation, which we're doing now with clinical leaders and senior colleagues to just make sure it's very clear. There are some standard sets of behaviour. Everyone needs to be civil with each other. The things that aren't tolerated, policies need to support that, etc., etc. I've always been a bit worried about, again, in hospitals, parts of the organisation that are behind locked doors. They're locked for a reason, usually good reasons. So critical care, obstetrics, paediatrics, theatres, those sorts of things. Cardiac surgery is one of those areas that's a bit harder to access. It's a separate building at the Freeman site as well. So they would be things that in your normal safety processes, walkabouts and those sorts of things, you've got to seek out, you've got to find ways of opening the doors and getting behind them and helping people make sure they feel connected and stuff. And then when we spoke a few weeks ago, Liam, I saw a clinical colleague from this team a couple of days later who gave me a huge amount of confidence. He ran through a short presentation of his career, his outcomes, his practice, where the best in the country was, how he was connected with them, where the best in the world was, how he was wanting to be connected with them. And, really rounded approach to safety, avoiding the isolation thing, avoiding the not invented here thing, really hungry to be able to not just be brilliant, to prove he was brilliant, and also not get behind the times, which is a really easy thing to do in healthcare as well. So I think those things give you confidence that the raw ingredients are there. We need to build upon them and harness them.
I liked the use of the word curiosity in your list of goals, and that's something that in the pressure of modern healthcare environments, people just don't get the space to think and be curious, but that's a very good example that you've given. Yeah. Other comments, questions? David.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Kath. Thank you for coming today. Having worked with the teams in the trust since last December when you had your first inspection, one of the things that came repeated is that kind of when you gave evidence, it was reassurance rather than assurance. And it'd just be interesting to understand kind of what you've learned from that and how you're taking that forward.
Yeah, I'll take that one. It's okay, Kath. So there's still an element of that where the organisation isn't fully in a rhythm of do something, fix it, but prove it. And CQC understandably have that expectation. So we'll explore a bit of this in our oversight meeting later in the week. Something's fixed like MDT compliance. We've got to be running audits very consistently for a very long period of time before we can walk away from it and think it's reliable. In IHI world, that's 7 consecutive quarters. It's a long time. So that isn't a natural reflex that's in the organisation, but it's being built and developed in flight now.
Thank you. Mike Smith.
Hi. You mentioned that digital needed to be separated out from the quality committee, and then you also mentioned that the EHR implementation was something that clinicians feeded back. I just wondered if you could give a bit more background on that. We've identified a few times at this board where digital can be as well as an opportunity area, a bit of a risk area for us as an ICS.
So I'd heard a bit of this before I arrived in Northam. I didn't fully understand it. I've always been a bit nervous about the big EPR thing generally. But Newcastle implemented one of the best top 2 EPRs, the Cerner EPR, a few years ago, 2017 or so, maybe slightly earlier than that. In simple terms, the way I would look at this is if you're going to put a full EPR in and spend that kind of money, you go all in. It's the only thing you use. You absolutely change all of your business processes. You maximise it. You don't create any risk with any other interfaces and connections. If you don't want to do the EPR, you go another route and you accept you've got a multitude of systems and you work on connectivity. Newcastle did both. So they put an EPR system in. We put an EPR system in several years ago, but allowed lots of other systems to exist and interface with it. That's a big part of the letters issue. That was an issue last year. It's a big part of just general management of clinical risk and a big part of the frustration with clinical staff every day. It's adding work to them. It's creating worry. It makes processes, patient movements more difficult than they need to be. And it's frankly quite a big job to fix. Some of the other stuff from a technology point of view is relatively straightforward to fix. So the Wi-Fi is terrible in the buildings. There's a digital dictation system that's used virtually everywhere, but it hasn't been implemented terribly effectively. That's relatively easy to fix as well. The EPR situation is very, very complex and very expensive to repair, given now it's been there for a while. There's a lot of wiring around it that needs to be unwired. And there's a session on Friday with the EPR company to start a process of trying to map that out.
Thank you. Rajesh.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I think one of the first things I was quite impressed about in your slides is, given the number of must-dos and all which the CQC had, it felt like you had a real clarity of purpose as to what you were going to do over the next 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. So that's really, and it all felt that that was the right thing to do. And I also liked your statement, which you said, I think it was with one of your staff groups, that we want to look at what's happening out there best and do it better. Because I think your institution, I think it makes such a big impact for people of Newcastle and the region. So thanks for that. My question was about what you talked about, cultures behind locked doors, or you would refer as the inaccessible cultures, and rightly they have to be behind locked doors for obvious reasons. Has there been any reflection on what you could apply to those cultures from some of the learning which has happened in secure hospitals and closed cultures within the mental health sector?
It's a good point. Not in any detail yet. There's an awareness of it, and we've started talking about it. So in my view of these cultural things, the first necessary step is start talking about them, giving them space, allow people feeling able to start having a conversation about it. That's flushed out an awful lot of interaction from colleagues who've got things they want to share, things they're uncomfortable about, worried about, want to get fixed, etc. And there is absolutely learning in other settings, and you know, I think the mental health context are really interesting one where naturally the environment is much more secure and closed than a normal healthcare setting. So we'll be picking that up. It's a good suggestion. On your earlier point as well about trying to distill the key messages, Kath and I talk about this every day, and it has felt necessary several times in my 3.5 weeks so far to go home and just try and empty my head and just try and clarify again. So what are we going to do tomorrow? What does this mean? And there is a sense with this kind of CQC report, everyone just gets really overwhelmed with it. You don't know where to start. It's very hard to see progress, etc. We're just going to have to bite it off into manageable chunks.
Eileen Kaner.
I've got two questions, one for Jim and then one for Cass. Jim, as a new leader, the hardest thing must have been when reading this report is to read of the 60 plus whistleblowers.
Yeah.
And I was reading in the report that the Freedom to Speak Up strategy was in place late 2022, and this inspection was in June 2023. Yet there is that notion that if you feel that you have a freedom to speak up, it will be listened to, treated respectfully, and will then work its way through. The tension and the pressure that leads to people whistleblowing should be less. So I guess there's something about, you know, the strategy you have for freedom to speak up processes and what you're going to do going forward to, I guess give staff the sense that there is a safety in challenge and in speaking up and pointing out where things are less than perfect, and then steps will be taken to address that.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a really big priority. If it's not the main priority, I can't think which one is, to be honest. So the whistleblower concerns and freedom to speak up concerns aren't strictly all whistleblowers or strictly all freedom to speak up issues. They're a sort of general description of people who have had an issue, raised it, felt they were punished, humiliated, embarrassed, had to leave. Others who had issues and therefore didn't raise them. And a general lack of confidence that if things do need to get flagged, you know, will they be dealt with appropriately? That's been a really big part of this first engagement, to encourage people that they can feel safe, they can come forward. And I've had dozens of emails from people who've said and told me face to face that they were in one of those categories, that something terrible happened to them, or physically assaulted, sexually assaulted, humiliated in a meeting, told that they raised an issue they'd never work in the NHS again. All those things have happened. Some of them a long time ago. So a couple I was looking at the weekend happened 10 years ago, and people went on to another part of the country. But it's still left damage with them, left damage with colleagues, etc. So the first step is we've got to get this out in the open, which has been a big part of the last few weeks. We need to reinforce, test, reinforce, communicate how those processes should work, and then frankly prove to people that they do work, because the lived experiences that they work. There is an issue, it gets fixed, everybody's happier at the end of it. And that's where a lot of the effort is now, and making sure that when we do go back to people who've had the courage to flag something, there's no sense of punishment, there's no sense of judgment in it. You know, people are just want to understand it and deal with it, and that's a work in progress. Some of it's really hard to read. I've had to park a few myself and come back and read a couple of times later on. Hard to understand in a workplace, in a modern environment, but it's happened. We've got to absolutely build on that and make sure it doesn't continue to happen.
Yeah. And if I may, just for Cass, as the remaining non-exec director here today. The role for non-execs is quite tricky, really. There is a degree of understanding and support of the organisation, but also challenge. And I guess I'm wondering, with yourself and the non-exec directors sitting at board, how you're having that conversation about understanding the challenges, understanding the organisation, where it has been, where it is, where it's going, and then also reconciling the need to be challenging and not get too close to executive.
Yeah, absolutely, it is a challenge. I think because we've had such a long CQC presence, which is, you know, what year? This is 24, 23, 22. So I think it really started sort of heading up to December 22. There has been a lot of discussion and a lot of debate around how the board and the non-execs challenge all of the issues really that have come to the table. We do need to do even more work with the non-execs and the executive team, because working as a unitary board is really important, but actually trying to fix things does bring people very close together, and we need to maintain some of that distance, but recognising that we have to work together on some of these things in order to get it to the place that it needs to be. So it's, I think we will be able to manage that. We do need, as I said earlier, to make some changes with the way in which the board non-execs work, and focus them absolutely on the must-dos and not some of the nice-to-dos. And I think that perhaps has been a drift that we needed to sort of rein in a little bit and make sure that they're focusing on those core committees of the board in order to be absolutely doing their role correctly.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions, then we need to finish. Graham Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Jim. Hi, Kath. Thank you very much indeed for the openness of today's conversation. Just picking up on the comment from Mike, Jim in particular, from an outsider's perspective, we've always seen Newcastle as being one of the global digital exemplars in terms of the EPR space. I guess the first alarm bell went when we had the correspondence issue several months ago, which we all thought it had been originating from the EPR, but clearly it wasn't. I was just wondering if, you know, as a result of the digital agenda being part of a broader quality agenda, some of the key messages and transparency perhaps wasn't as forthcoming, and therefore some form of critique in terms of non-executive buddying against that would be an opportunity. But my final point is, and a bit like our clinical dependency on Newcastle, we're also dependent digitally for the support that you guys provide for the fantastic platform which is known as the Great North Care Record. If there's anything I can do to help to support that, please let me know. But thank you for your honesty and transparency.
Thank you, Graham. Finally, Christopher, and Sam wants to come in at the very end, but Christopher Ackers-Belcher.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for coming along today and being so open. I'm the regional coordinator for the 14 Health Watch across the region, so I've been in contact with the 4 Health Watch that you directly communicate with: Newcastle, Gateshead, North Tyneside, Northumberland. And I have to say, speaking to them, I think what came out first and foremost was how reassured everybody was around the CQC finding around care being good. So I think we need to focus on, like, you know, there is a very good dimension to the work that's going on. And it was just to let you know that Health Watch Network is really there to help rebuild the confidence, you know, from patients and residents, and we're there to be utilised, to know while you're in this journey of improvement. But speaking to the 4 Health Watch, are also very encouraged by the stance and the things that have been put in place by the new leadership, like, you know, so quickly. But I'm a great believer in patient voice and lived experience, and the offer is just out there that we would like to involve patients, families, carers, stakeholders, you know, as part of that improvement process, to see if you can weave that in the work that we can do in order to like, accelerate improvements. I think when you have a look at clinical pathways, I'm doing a piece of work down north-south Tees that's around clinical pathways and trying to get the patient voice and lived experience built into that. And I just hope that you'd be able to feed that back and include that in the work that you're doing going forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Sam.
Thank you, Liam, and thank you again, Jim and Kath, for your openness today. I just wanted to ask a question around behaviours and leadership and obviously the link to culture. And when we were reflecting earlier as a board, sort of thinking about sometimes culture can be defined by the worst form of behaviour a leader is willing to tolerate and accept. And whilst I know we've touched on this as being a broader issue across public sector services, and there's loads of evidence that tells us this, whether it's the experiences of women in the workplace, whether it's the experiences of Black and Asian and minoritized communities, and the difference in terms of their outcomes and experience in a whole raft of areas. I just wonder what your reflections are in terms of this journey you're on at Newcastle and the governance and leadership and management expectations you're setting, whether there's an opportunity to do a wider piece of work as the North East and North Cumbria system, and also in a way where we are training our leaders together, because some of these behaviours are very formative, whether it's around things leaders are tolerating or the way leaders are trained. And I think one of the real benefits we've got here in our system is a lot of the training happens locally, so we can also work with our local academic institutions on this and how we really foster those positive behaviours, but also recognising as a system that depends on humans will not get this right all of the time, but often it's actually what happens, and you cannot turn a blind eye to it. We cannot walk the other way. It has to be dealt with. So I'd just be really interested in your reflections there, both in terms of what you're doing in the organisation and the learning across the system.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam. So we're talking about it, first of all, and enabling people to feel comfortable about talking about it, which I think is a first step. And then just trying to be really clear. And honestly, this can sound really complicated or really straightforward. You can feel at times a push to say, well, people are very busy, we're short of resource, it's highly charged, etc. It's no excuse, first of all. It's not that complicated. Don't hit anyone, don't touch anyone, don't shout at them. It's not that complicated. So let's all start talking about that and be very straightforward about it. Increasingly over the last couple of weeks, people have been talking about just the power of civility. Let's just be kind to each other. We're in a caring environment. It makes a huge difference to people to just feel like they're with colleagues. So being kind to them, support them, being respectful in their interactions makes you feel better, makes everybody else feel better. Again, very straightforward. We've got to live that every day. Every leader's got to live that every day. The power of role modelling in healthcare is very well understood. So we've got to set those examples and live them all the time, forever. And being really clear about that in every interaction. We should absolutely be doing more of this together, and it'll be a part of the learning stuff that we'll pick up, because all, there's a very tight community. We all know each other. We all work with each other. One of the things in the reflections of what could have been done differently, some of these pockets everybody knows about as well. We all know about in our organisations where the pockets of poorer culture or more uncomfortable culture, inappropriate behaviour, etc. Let's call them out and fight. So again, what we're saying, Kath and I, is if people don't feel able to call them out in the room in a formal process, seek us out, do it privately, do it carefully. We'll find a way of getting on top of it and fixing it.
I think it's also about giving the staff all of that confidence, because if they haven't felt that confident, to approach someone or to speak to them, I mean, the presence now, being able to go around the organisation, which is huge, but definitely over the last 6-8 weeks, I've spent more time, walking around in the different departments and wards than I had done previously. And perhaps that was my, negligence. But I think being able to talk to people, the diaries, if you look at Jim's diary, my diary, staff are very happy to come and talk to you. But also I think there are a number of things that are legacy things that they just want to share with you so that you know about it, and then be able to reassure them that this is not going to be allowed to continue. So it's a multitude of things really, but it is about the civility and demonstrating that we will make some decisions and we will deal with things. And perhaps giving everyone that assurance and reassurance is really important, because if they haven't seen things being dealt with before, then they just say, why should we bother? And we don't want that. We want people to bother, and particularly the freedom to speak up activity. You know, that is so important. And we've got a confidential line, and you ask how many people have rang it, not that many. So I think the CQC and the opportunity for people to come and talk to another organisation in some ways has been a real lesson for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we need to close now, but I can remember when I was Chief Medical Officer, I had a lot to do with the health correspondents nationally, and I remember one of them telling me that he'd done more of his reports from Newcastle than anywhere else, and that was because of so many occasions when Newcastle was leading the country with innovation or breakthroughs or situations where they'd saved somebody's life that perhaps nowhere else could have saved with the technology and clinical skill available. So we have to remember that Newcastle is a starring institution nationally, and it's also much loved by the public and patients. Things have gone wrong in some fundamental ways to do with the way the organisation was managed and led, but you've shown, I think, today with your the thoroughness of your presentation and the work that you're doing, that it can be turned round and turned round quickly. And what will emerge, I think, is somewhere that's even better than it was in its heyday of perhaps just a short time ago. So thank you very much, and we really appreciate you coming today and talking to us.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I should close the board meeting now after closing the agenda item. Is there any other business? No? Okay, well then that concludes our meeting for today. Thank you very much indeed.